Welcome to HOJO Radio.
This is Sandy Becker saying, keep cooking with Crisco. It's all vegetable. It's digestible.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. History is studded with the names of men and women who turned to America in their hour of need and won recognition. This evening we bring you the story of a genius who was shunted aside by Europe until America eventually recognized his work, the story of Alfred Bernhardt Nobel, the inventor of dynamite. His belief in his own invention and his unswerving faith in the potential greatness of this country of ours were typically American. They are the same ideals which inspire the research chemist to strive continually toward the goal expressed in the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra present a special setting of Kahlua from Jerome Kern's operetta, Good Morning, Dearie. The DuPont Cavalcade moves forward.
Let's see what dynamite is doing at this minute. Deep down under the pavements of New York City, just a few blocks from the theater in which this broadcast is originating. About 50 feet underground, blasters and drillers are using dynamite to help them bore the approaches to the new Midtown Tunnel, which will pass under the Hudson River.
You know, Ollie, this is going to be quite a hole when we get it done. How'd you like to dig it all out by hand?
I sometimes think about that.
The job would never be finished if we had to do that.
Yeah, but we don't have to. Swedish fellow, he fixed that.
A Swede? Go on, you're kidding.
I tell you truth.
Now, listen, Ollie, I like you. You're all right. The Swedes haven't done everything in the world, you know.
Yeah, but Swedish fellow, he helped us rip the rock out of this tunnel. Every other tunnel. Every deep foundation. There, you hear that?
Of course. Another blast down the line. Another few 100 pounds of rock ready to be carried out.
Yeah. Thanks to dynamite. Thanks to Swedish fellow, Nobel.
Alfred Bernhard Nobel, now famous as the inventor of dynamite, was born in Stockholm, Sweden, October 21st, 1833, the third of a family of 4 sons. He first enters our story in 1848 when he was 15 years old. With his father, Emanuel Nobel, he is visiting the laboratory of Professor Sinin in St. Petersburg, Russia.
I am glad you have come to see me, Mr. Nobel. I am happy that you have brought your young son, Alfred.
He has been urging me for some time to bring him to see your laboratory, Professor Sinin.
You are interested in chemistry, Alfred?
Yes, Professor. Especially in nitroglycerin, sir.
Nitroglycerin?
Yeah.
But what in the world can you know about nitroglycerin?
Well, I know the doctors use it as a heart stimulant, but my father is interested in other uses for it.
Other uses? What might they be?
Well, I don't know what they might be, sir. I only know that nitroglycerin is a powerful explosive.
Quite right. Alfred, would you like to see a demonstration of that?
Oh, yes, sir, I would.
I would like to also, Professor.
I know you have carried through some experimental work with nitroglycerin, Mr. Nobel. So have I. And I have discovered a certain peculiarity it has. As an explosive, I mean.
Its properties are unusual, to say the least.
And its potentialities are great. Watch. Let me pour just a few drops of the nitroglycerin on this iron anvil. There. Notice the extent of the mass. Now I shall explode it. Stand back, Alfred.
Yes, sir, but I want to see what happens.
Oh, you shall see. Just watch the nitroglycerin when I strike it with a hammer. Ready? 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 Now. There. Do you see the same thing I do, Mr. Nobel?
Why, yes, I see.
I see it, too. It all exploded right where it was. It didn't spread as you would expect an oil to do.
Mr. Nobel, your son has expressed it better than I could. Is he a chemical genius? A youthful prodigy?
Well, Alfred is intensely interested in chemical experiments.
It exploded without spreading. Pardon me, sir. What do you believe about nitroglycerin?
I believe it is potentially the greatest explosive agent the world has ever known. But we must learn how to control its powers. First, we must have a practical way to detonate it, to explode it. You understand?
Yes, sir, I understand. And I wonder.
The strange substance nitroglycerin continued to weave in and out of Alfred Nobel's life. In 1862, 20 years after he had first learned of the explosive, Alfred was experimenting with it. One day, he and his brother Robert stand on the edge of a canal in St. Petersburg.
Well, Alfred, what is it now? Nitroglycerin again?
Yeah. You remember what Professor Sinin said about it? That it would become an important commercial explosive if only a practical means could be devised to detonate it.
Yeah, and you have found that means, Alfred?
Perhaps. I hope so. Now, you see what I have here?
Yeah.
First, I filled a glass tube with nitroglycerin and corked it well.
Yeah, and then?
I inserted the tube into another, filled with gunpowder. A fuse leads into the powder through this cork.
But that proves nothing.
That is why we are here now. We may be able to prove something.
Be careful. Be careful lighting the fuse. We don't want to be blown to pieces. Throw it away, Alfred. Throw it away.
Yeah, I'm planning to do that. There. Now we shall see what happens.
But you threw it in the water. Nothing can happen to it there.
We shall know before long.
Alfred, it exploded. You have done it.
Yeah, I believe that I have found out how to detonate nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
The next step is to make it better and safer.
So Alfred Nobel successfully completed the first experiment towards the practical control of nitroglycerin. The first step in harnessing this powerful explosive and putting it to work. He continued his experiments. 2 years passed. We traveled to Lake Mälaren in Sweden. 2 men, Hjalmar Svensson and Oskar Holmqvist by name, are rowing a boat, heading towards a barge anchored well out in the lake.
This is a fine business. Stuck in a barge in the middle of a lake, kept away from land for fear we'll blow up the town.
Row, you talk too much, Svensson. Too much, Svensson. Too much, Svensson. Too much, Svensson.
Alfred Nobel is a madman.
He pays us for our work.
We got to live somehow.
Nobel is a great man. Yeah, but he is smart, Svensson. It isn't every boy born with a weak back who can grow up to what he is.
What he is? What is he, huh?
A fine engineer, Svensson.
Yeah, a simpleton. A dumb skull. Plays with death. You know it, Oskar Holmqvist.
That isn't what John Ericsson said when Mr. Nobel saw him in America. And Ericsson is one of our greatest Swedish engineers, even though he has become an American.
A crazy dreamer. Working with nitroglycerin. Stuff that can blow us all into eternity without a second's warning. That's Mr. Alfred Nobel. Yeah, killed his brother, Eric Hertzman in Helenaborg, didn't it?
It hasn't killed us.
Yeah, not yet. But it may.
Look, something's wrong on the barge.
Row. What is it?
Row. Nobel is waving his arms like a wild thing. Row, Svensson, he needs us.
Yeah, let me see. Good befers. He's dancing.
Oskar! Svensson! Row faster!
Row.
Come quickly!
Yeah, he has been working too hard. He's out of his mind.
Oh, what news I have for you. We have finally turned the corner in the road.
You hear that, Svensson? Watch that oar, man. Take it in.
Yeah, wait, I'm reaching for the barge. There now, I have it. I'll steady the board.
Why are you so excited, Mr. Nobel?
Oh, because something has happened, and from it I have an idea. One of the cans of nitroglycerin leaked into the kieselure, the earth in which we had packed the can.
Good preparos. I'm glad I was not there.
And the nitroglycerin was absorbed by the kieselure, leaving a sort of crust.
But what is strange about that?
The amount of absorption was tremendous. Come on board. I will show you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
We are on the right track. I know it. I have an idea, and I believe it will lead us to an explosive that is safe to handle.
The DuPont cavalcade moved forward. The idea born on that barge was followed by days and weeks of strenuous effort. Nobel gave mankind an explosive that could be handled safely, that was safe when handled by experienced men. He was already manufacturing a nitroglycerin he called Nobel's patent blasting oil. So he called the new explosive dynamite and started to manufacture it about the end of the year 1866. In 1867, Nobel and his partner T. Winkler face what appears to be a crisis. They are seated in an office in Hamburg, Germany.
You are worried, Alfred.
Yeah, I am, Winkler. Things are piling up on us. There is no sense in trying to carry our development of nitroglycerin any further.
But our business?
Yeah, that is just the point, Winkler. Louis de Beaupre is waiting in the other room. What he has to say will have definite bearing on a plan I have in mind. Please ask him to come in.
Yes, I will. Please come in, Monsieur de Beaupre. Mr. Nobel will see you. Merci, monsieur. Mes compliments, Monsieur Nobel.
Sit down, Louis. Now, what have you to tell us?
It will not please you, monsieur. One by one, after painstaking consideration, the nations of Europe are forbidding the shipment of nitroglycerin.
Yeah, I know that.
They will not transport it. It is too dangerous.
Yeah, but France says the same.
France must link hands with the others, Monsieur Nobel. She knows, quite as the other nations know, that nitroglycerin cannot be transported safely.
You realize what that means?
Yes, it is unfortunate, monsieur.
It is unjust, unfair.
It is unfortunate I could not have brought you a more pleasing answer. That is all.
I believe so.
Merci, monsieur. I am sorry. Au revoir.
Well, that settles it, Winkler. I have believed that our new product, dynamite, is the answer to our problem. Now, Beaupre has proved it is the answer.
Here, in Europe?
Well, yes, Winkler, but mostly in America. It is a vast country, America, and a new country. It has the greatest natural resources in the world. Such resources cannot be adequately developed without explosives. Dynamite solves the problem.
You're right, Alfred.
I trust so, and we are going to find out. I have had my taste of America, and I like it, too. But it is your turn. You know our problems. You will handle them wisely. So you sail at once for San Francisco.
Winkler, authorized to represent Alfred Nobel, took ship for the United States and arrived in San Francisco in 1868. The United States was almost a virgin country, a country in the making. There were roads to be built, tunnels to be driven through mountains, bridges to be pushed across wide rivers. America did need dynamite, but not every American appreciated the fact. In a San Francisco hotel, a traveling man greets the manager.
Hello, Ed. I just happened to be passing your office and saw you weren't busy. How are you?
Great, Bill. I'm glad you dropped in. You know, that's why I always leave the door to my office open into the lobby. I like to talk to guests if they want to bother with me. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. Well, how's business?
Oh, fine. The accommodations all right?
They certainly are. Since I've gotten to know you, this hotel has always given me the best they had. Say, got anybody interesting staying here with you?
Oh, about the usual crowd. Except for a man named Winkler.
Winkler? Who's he?
He's a partner of a Swedish inventor, a man named Nobel.
Oh, what did he invent?
Winkler calls it dynamite. Some new kind of an explosive.
Oh, yes, I've read about it.
Yeah, I've seen the stuff.
Huh?
He has it with him. Comes in sticks about so big around.
And he's living in this hotel with this explosive?
Of course. Why not?
But, Ed, that stuff's dangerous. Why, it must be. Don't you know what happened in New York at the Wyoming Hotel in 65?
No.
A man named Lurs from Hamburg registered at the Wyoming, just as Winkler registered here.
What happened?
He had a small box with him, and he left it in the lobby. The bootblack got to using it for a footrest when he was shining shoes. One Sunday, he saw reddish smoke coming out of that box.
Smoke?
Yes, he carried it out into the street, and he got away just in time. The thing blew up.
Yeah.
Windows were smashed, the street was torn up to a depth of 4 feet, and plenty of people were cut with flying glass. Luckily, nobody was seriously hurt, but it made a mess of the hotel.
Bill, is this true?
It's the gospel truth, every word of it. You'd better watch him, Mr. Winkler, Ed.
You just passed the door as you were speaking.
Oh, yes?
Wait here till I get back.
Mr. Winkler? Mr. Winkler?
Yes, Mr. Summers. Did you want me?
Yes, something's quite important. Will you please step in here?
Why, of course.
Mr. Winkler, this is Mr. Abbott. Bill, this is Mr. Winkler.
How do you do, Mr.
Abbott?
Winkler?
Mr. Winkler, I have a sad duty to perform. I've got to ask you to leave this hotel.
Leave? But why?
Because of your dynamite. It's dangerous. There have been accidents.
Accident?
It's made from nitroglycerin, isn't it?
Yes. The base is nitroglycerin. And, of course, there have been accidents from the improper handling of nitroglycerin. But the cause was nitroglycerin, not dynamite.
As far as I'm concerned, they're one and the same thing.
But, my dear sir, you are wrong. Alfred Nobel realized that nitroglycerin was dangerous. That is why he experimented until he discovered dynamite. When handled by experienced men, dynamite is safe.
Can you prove that?
I believe I can.
If you can, I'll keep my room here. Otherwise, I'm moving out.
Now, Bill,
But
you-
I'm sorry, Ed. That's the way I feel about
Mr. Winkler, I'd like to have you prove your statement about dynamite if you can. Otherwise, I must insist that you leave. I cannot afford to endanger my guests.
That is agreeable to me. But I'd like to have you see a demonstration of dynamite that I've planned for some building contractors and mining men. It's to be held on a hill just outside of town. Gentlemen, will you accompany me?
Well, how about it, Bill? Do you want to go?
Why, yes, sure, I'll go. If you're sure your dynamite is safe, Mr. Winkler.
That I promise you. And what is more, I promise that I shall prove it to you.
T. Winkler went upstairs to his hotel room. He returned in a few minutes carrying a small black bag. Then he escorted the two men to the edge of the city. We find the three climbing a hill overlooking San Francisco Bay.
Huh. Aren't we almost there? Yeah. I didn't know we were going to tramp all over California.
Yes. How about it, Mr. Winkler? How much further are you taking us?
Only a little way. Oh, there you can see where my invited guests have assembled for the demonstration.
Hey, Winkler, hurry up. You're late.
Yeah, we'll be with you in a minute, gentlemen.
Well, I'm glad we've got company way out here.
I recognize quite a few of these men, Mr. Winkler.
Yeah?
That was Blake who called you. He owns a mine.
Yeah. And there's Mr. Smith, the contractor.
Well, Winkler, we thought you were never coming.
Well, I'm sorry I was late, but I'm here now.
How are you, Smith? Mr. Blake? This is Mr. Abbott.
Hi, Mr. Abbott. Well, Winkler, now that you're here, how about the demonstration? Have you brought some of your dynamite?
I have. It's here in this bag.
And it's a powerful explosive.
It is. What's more, it's safe. What?
Hey, Ed, did you see what he did?
Yeah. Dropped his bag of dynamite to the ground. Gave me a start, too.
Who? Lucky he didn't have nitroglycerin in that bag. We might all have been blown to kingdom come.
Hey, Bill. It begins to look as though this man Winkler is right about dynamite being safe to handle.
Certainly does, Ed.
Now, gentlemen, I want to prove to you that dynamite is really an effective explosive. Now, here is a hole in the rock. I drilled it yesterday. And here is a stick of dynamite from my bag.
Now, look,
Don't worry. It won't bite you.
Funny-looking stuff, ain't it?
Yeah, looks like a big candle.
And now then, I lower the dynamite into the hole. So. Then I tamp it down firmly.
Hey, be careful.
I am careful. I know how to handle dynamite. And now, I lower another stick into the hole. This one has a fuse and a blasting cap attached to it. Now, I lay the fuse along the ground like this. Now, please stand back now, gentlemen.
With the greatest of pleasure.
Back a little further while I run the fuse along the ground. That's it. Back. There. That should be far enough. Now to light the fuse.
Hey, Ed, let's get farther away.
Don't worry. I'm coming with you.
Fast, Red. Look at that fuse burn.
Wait a minute, Bill. Something's happened.
Hey, Winkler! Your fuse ain't burning. Stay where you are, please, gentlemen. We're far enough away now, but don't go back.
Yeah, but the fuse went out.
No. There it is. It's burning, all right.
And it's getting short. Come on, Ed.
No, stay here, Bill.
Now, close your ears. Stuff your fingers into them. The dynamite is going to...
Hey, thunder, Winkler, you did it.
Yeah.
Look at the mess of rock you blasted away.
Yeah, and none of us was harmed.
That short demonstration proved the practical worth of dynamite. Many improvements were made in the years that followed, and dynamite played a vital role in carving a nation from the wilderness. America is proud that dynamite really came into its own within the boundaries of the United States. And DuPont is proud to add the name of its inventor, Alfred Bernhard Nobel, to the distinguished roster of the Cavalcade of America.
More than 125 years ago, 22 years before Nobel was born, Thomas Jefferson, President of the United States, wrote a letter to his young friend E.I. DuPont ordering 250 of DuPont blasting powder to be used for clearing rocks from Jefferson's farm. About 75 years later, the company DuPont founded started producing dynamite, for the new industrial explosive had proved itself a much better product for most blasting purposes. Since that day, DuPont chemists have made many improvements in dynamite. Recently, DuPont announced the last word in safety, the blasting agent called nitromon, which is so shock-proof that one can throw it off a cliff or fire into it with a rifle bullet without setting it off. No other product does more constructive work than dynamite. Let's take a quick swing around our own country and see what DuPont Dynamite is doing to help build the America of today.
Detroit, Michigan.
DuPont Dynamite helps deepen a waterway that's the world's busiest in the open season to handle the bigger freighters now in use on the Great Lakes. The Livingston Channel in the Detroit River, connecting Lakes Erie and Huron, is made deeper, safer.
In the Pacific Northwest, where DuPont Dynamite is helping build the world's greatest engineering projects, the Fort Peck Dam in Montana.
By controlling headwaters of the Missouri River, it helps control floods.
The Grand Coulee Dam in the state of Washington.
In the upper Columbia River basin, Grand Coulee will form a lake about 150 miles long, making productive land out of a barren area larger than the state of Delaware.
And the Bonneville Dam near Portland, Oregon.
Dynamite aids navigation and power development here. Huge rocks blasted from the roaring Cascade Rapids so that boats may pass. And the lower Columbia, controlled, furnishing power for home and industry.
In the great coal region of West Virginia.
An underground miracle made possible by dynamite. The 18.5-mile tunnel that drains off water so that millions of tons of coal may be mined with safety.
Front Royal, Virginia.
DuPont Dynamite helps carve an amazing skyline highway out of the mountains. It's the Blue Ridge National Parkway, soon to be completed, covering more than 500 picturesque miles from Virginia through North Carolina.
Now we jump to Lackawanna, New York, in the Catskills.
Rondout Creek, headwaters of the Delaware River. Work started on a tunnel nearly 100 miles long. It'll carry drinking water to the city of New York. Trainloads of dynamite will be used in its construction.
Yes, Dynamite the Builder, developed by the chemist for widely varied uses that contribute toward national progress and personal comfort for us all. By his many improvements in the efficiency and safety of dynamite, the research chemist continues toward the goal described in the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. Thomas A. Edison, the man. Little-known human incidents in the life of America's foremost inventor will be the subject of our broadcast when next week at this same time, DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful. The 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection. The greatest engine advance.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you the dramatic life story of a magnificent American, Oliver Wendell Holmes. Our star this evening, the fine American actor, Roger Pryor. For more than a third of a century, quality has been a habit with the makers of Hallmark cards. They have the pride of craftsmen in their name, Hallmark, Hallmark. That's why Hallmark cards are the kind of cards you can be proud to send, proud to receive. So when you want to send the very finest, look on the back for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those three words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. To be doubly sure, always look on the back of the card you choose for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. Now to preside over our program this evening, here's our regular master of ceremonies, the young Broadway actor and producer, Richard Palmer.
Thank you, Tom Shirley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just as Oliver Wendell Holmes was an independent man, so is the fine actor whom Hallmark greeting cards bring you in the role of Justice Holmes tonight, Roger Pryor. Like Holmes, Roger Pryor belongs to a well-known family. His father was a famous band leader. His childhood was filled with the great and near great of the theater. The intellectual world of the Holmes of Boston might not have understood the entertainment world of the Pryors of New York, but they would have understood the Yankee determination that carried young Roger Pryor to stardom in his own right. Tonight, Mr. Pryor brings all his American heritage to the role of the great Yankee. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards present, on the Reader's Digest Radio Edition, Roger Pryor in Yankee from Olympus. Somewhere on the muddy road to Chancellorsville, a company of Union soldiers was moving up through the early morning mist to take a position opposite the Confederate forces. At the head of this ragged, mud-soaked column, a tall, erect young man whose military bearing set an inspiring example for the tired troops behind him marched along as if he were leading a parade through Boston Common. The date was May 1863. The young man was Captain Oliver Wendell Holmes. Company, ho! All right, men, break ranks and take cover on the left side of the road. We're in full view of the enemy's guns from here, so get down and keep out of sight. Down, I said, all of you. Sergeant. Yes, send a runner to Colonel Davis and ask for instructions. We've been sighted from the hills. As soon as this fog clears, it won't take them long to find the range. Yes. What's the trouble, Bedford? Swallow a mouthful of mud on that last one? No, sir. Well, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm just plain scared. Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm just as frightened as you are. Are you, sir? But what I've read about you... What you've read was written by my father. It's very embarrassing to be the son of a well-known writer. Embarrassing, sir? Painfully so. Ever since I can remember, the Holmes family has been a constant source of material for the Atlantic Monthly. Everything we do, everything we say appears in the next issue. But you're a great soldier, sir. I'm a soldier, Bedford. My father's a great writer. As far as I'm concerned, being a soldier is an organized corps. except when it's something much worse.
I think they're getting the range.
Yes, this fog is lifting too fast. The next one will be a lot closer.
Oh, my leg. Leland, McKinney, quick, the captain's been hit.
Captain, hold my leg. Shell fragment clean through the heel.
Here, let me...
Down, you fool.
But I want...
Down, I said. Confounded leg. It'll be in the next issue of the Atlantic Monthly.
Well, you're looking fine today, Wendell. Fine. A few weeks' convalescence at home has done you a world of good.
Yes, I'm almost myself again, Father.
Well, in that case, you wouldn't mind talking to me about your experiences on the road to Chancellorsville. I'm thinking of doing an article.
Must we talk about it now, Father?
Why, no, not right this minute. Tonight, perhaps. As a matter of fact, you have a visitor waiting for you now. A young and very beautiful visitor. Come in, Miss Dixwell.
What takes you, Dr. Holmes?
Not at all, my dear. And if this strong, silent son of mine happens to say anything about Chancellorsville, do stop off at my study and tell me about it, won't you?
Indeed I will, Doctor.
Thank you.
Hello, Wendy.
Sam. How are you, Sam? It seems like years since I've seen you last.
Well, it almost isn't here. The only time I see you now is when you've been wounded. Oh, would you rather not talk about that?
Oh, I don't mind, as long as you don't tell him.
Is your leg giving you a lot of pain, Wendy? You look so pale and thin.
That's what you said the last time I was wounded. Remember how you nursed me back to health?
Did I? Seems as if I hardly saw you the last time. Just came in here with an armful of books and read to you by the hour.
You read very well, Fan.
Want me to read some more?
No, not yet. Just sit there and let me look at you for a while.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Of course, if you feel like being a nurse again, you can hold my hand.
Must I be a nurse to do that?
Why,
Shocked, Mr. Holmes?
No, but I may believe I was awfully sick the last time just to get your hand. Now I don't have to pretend.
Why, how old are you?
Grave. Almost critical. Here, feel my pulse.
You're such a fool, Wendy. Such a gentle fool.
Perhaps it's the company I keep.
I wonder. You've changed so much these past 2 years. I feel as if I hardly knew you.
Good Lord, have I changed that much, Fan? How?
I don't know. There's something very mature about you now. When you went away, you were just a boy.
I'm still a boy, Fan. Down deep I am. I'm still as confused and uncertain as I ever was. Especially about what I want to do when the war's over.
What you want to do, Wendy? What do you mean?
Well, when I was at Harvard, I thought I wanted to be a doctor or a philosopher or a professional man of some kind.
And now?
And now I just want to be a person. Funny, isn't it, Sam?
No, Wendy. It's glorious.
Father?
Yes, Wendell?
I hope I'm not interrupting you, Father, but for months now, ever since I was mustered out of the Army, you've been asking me what I wanted to do. About my career, I mean.
Yes?
Well, I finally made up my mind.
Good for you, son. You've decided on a career of science.
No, I'm going to be a lawyer, Father.
Oh, a lawyer. Common, ordinary lawyer?
Well, not necessarily a common one, sir.
But they're all common. That is, they all have to earn a living by cleverness and chicanery in the courtroom. Besides, they speak such frightful English.
The lawyers who drafted our Constitution didn't. Men like Madison, Jefferson, Adams, they were all trained in the law.
But it's such a dead subject, Wendell. You know what Dean Swift said, don't you? It's a maxim among lawyers that whatever has been done before may be legally done again.
I know, Father, but that's no reason why it has to be that way. It's about time somebody came forward with a new interpretation of the...
Come, you can't live on new interpretations, Sam. As it is, they say a lawyer can't be a success unless he can learn to eat sawdust without butter.
Well, I've eaten sawdust before, Father. At least it tasted that way in the army.
But why should a son of mine waste his life on such unproductive labor? A lawyer can't ever be a great man, Wendell.
Perhaps I don't want to be a great man, sir. Perhaps I haven't it in me.
Oh, nonsense. If you studied science, new vistas would open up for you. The whole field is uncharted.
The field of law is uncharted, too, as I see it, Father. Besides, I haven't a scientific mind.
No? But what sort of a mind have you, Wendell?
A human one, Father. A human one. heaven's sake. Hello, Fan. How've you been?
Oh, all right, I suppose. Except that I never see the hoses anymore unless I happen to bump into them on the street like this.
Well, I've been meaning to...
Oh, you don't have to apologize, Wendy. Now that you and your brother are busy lawyers, you probably haven't any time for anything but work.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Fan. I hardly ever go to court anymore. Ned tries all our cases.
What do you do?
Study, mostly. Stuffy old courtrooms bore me to death. Lawyers always talk so much. That's why I'm preparing a new edition of Commentaries on American Law. I'm bringing it up to date.
How about yourself, Wendy?
Hmm?
And you going to take some time off and bring yourself up to date?
What do you mean?
Well, you know what they say about all work and no play.
Oh, I'm playing, Fan. Editing these commentaries is the most fascinating kind of play. Don't you see? Laws were made for the people. So were courtrooms. But when times change, the law must change, too, for the sake of the people it was made for.
I don't quite... Change the law, Wendy.
No, not the purpose of the law, not the spirit, Sam. Only these fossilized interpretations that don't belong to our times.
Well, I suppose you're doing a wonderful thing, Wendy. I mean, sometimes I wish you'd...
Yes, Sam?
Well, I wish you'd come over to the house sometime. I mean, I can't very well go to your place now that you're not wounded. Keep working every night.
Yes, Sam?
Never mind, I'm being very selfish, I suppose. Only in your case, I wish there were a law against the law.
What's the matter with you, Wenzel? Haven't you looked at her lately? Fanny Dixwell is in love with you.
In love with me, Uncle John?
Of course, boy. She's pining her heart away for you.
But that's absurd. She must know I'm in love with her.
Then, for heaven's sake, why don't you do something about it?
Well, I will. I'll make a memorandum of it right now. And as soon as I finish this next chapter, I'll propose to her.
Roger Pryor will be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Folks, there's someone waiting to meet you. Who is it? Why, it's that traditional symbol of happiness, that lovable little fellow, Mr. Bluebird. You saw him in the latest Walt Disney movie, Song of the South, and now he's on gay, colorful Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. Yes, Mr. Bluebird's getting to be the talk of every town. Always symbolic of happiness, Mr. Bluebird is now flying into the hearts of everyone on the wings of that gay new hit tune, Zippity-Doo-Dah. He's that symbol of happiness on the new Hallmark Mr. Bluebird cards. That's why you'll have such fun sending this perky, bright-eyed little fellow to all your friends. Yes, Mr. Bluebird will with his top hat and cane, will strut his way straight into your heart, and the hearts of all your friends, too. So send him off to carry your happy greetings to every friend you know. Ask your Hallmark dealer for the new Mr. Bluebird cards, the happiest kind of greetings. Remember, always look on the back of the cards you choose for the 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. Fanny Dixwell and Oliver Wendell Holmes were married on June 17, 1871. But there was no time for a long honeymoon. Wendell's work on the commentaries was still unfinished. But even after the commentaries were published, there was other work to be done. Lectures, articles for the Harvard Law Review, and always study.
Wendell.
Yes, dear?
Aren't you ever coming to bed? It's 2 o'clock.
Oh, is it already? I'll be turning in a few minutes, Fan.
That's what you said an hour ago.
Well, I can't stop just now, dear. There's so much to be done and so little time to do it in.
Why, darling? Why are you driving yourself this way night after night, week after week? You haven't any deadline to meet.
Haven't I? Do you realize I'll be 40 years old on Friday?
I've realized it for some time now. That's why I think you ought to slow down a bit before you ruin your health.
Nonsense. I'm as sound as a board. Besides, the only success a man can have is to bring to his work a mighty heart.
A mighty heart, Wendell, yes, but not an impatient one. Why are you in such a hurry?
Well, I've always had a feeling that a man has to make his mark in life before he's 40. If he waits till after, he's apt to be left at the post.
Is this new book of yours to be your mark in life?
I hope so, Fan. If it isn't, I've wasted an awful lot of time. Almost 15 years.
Don't worry, Wendell. Your book will be a success, and so will you.
As a lawyer, or as an idealist?
As both, darling. And as a husband, too.
Recognition of Wendell Holmes' brilliant observations on the common law didn't come all at once. When on December 8, 1882, the governor appointed him to the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. And there he served for almost 20 years, putting into practice his modern liberal concept of the law.
Wendell? That you, Wendell?
Yes, I'm home, Fanny.
What's wrong, dear?
Wrong? Good heavens, woman, how can you tell there's something wrong as soon as I walk in the door?
Now, don't try to conceal it, Wendell. You know you're the worst liar in the world. Even a bird can tell something's happened to you. What is it, dear?
Well, it isn't anything wrong. It's just that I'm not sure we ought to go.
Go? Where?
To Washington. The president has just appointed me to the Supreme Court.
Why, Wendell. That's wonderful. Wonderful.
Is it? I haven't accepted yet.
Well, you will accept. You'll go right out and telegraph your acceptance this minute.
I'll do no such thing, my dear. There's a great deal to consider before making a decision of this kind.
Darling, don't make a case out of it. You're not sitting on the bench now. This is the opportunity you've been waiting for.
I know, Fan, but it's come rather late. I'm almost 60 years old. I've got a rather comfortable position here.
Comfortable? Since when have you wanted to be comfortable?
Well, it isn't exactly the comfort I'm after, but you must realize it's taken me a lifetime to get where I am.
And where are you?
Oh, now, Fanny, you're not being quite fair. You once made a great to-do about my appointment here as Chief Justice of the Court.
But you've gone as far as you can go in Massachusetts. Are you going to stop your career because the calendar says you're 60?
Not quite 60, dear.
Oh, what difference does it make? You live forever, Wendell.
But it means breaking up our home, uprooting our whole life.
Well, what if it does? We've uprooted our lives before and for something much less important. That's right, Coco. Tell him you're on my side.
Van, will you please stop toying with that bird and pay some attention to me? Washington isn't like Boston, you know. We may not like it there.
Why not?
Because we'll be surrounded by all sorts of important people. We'll be called upon to have dinner with the president in evening clothes.
Oh.
We'll be rubbing elbows with ambassadors and ministers of state.
Well, I believe the judge is frightened, Coco.
Confound it, I'm not frightened.
Oh.
It'd take more than an ambassador or two to frighten me off. If they want an old soldier like me in Washington with my views and concept of the law, I'm ready right now. Bugler, blow the charge.
Northern Securities Company versus the United States. Majority opinion found the Securities Company in restraint of trade. Justice Holmes dissenting.
Mere bigness does not make a merger illegal. Size is often inevitable, as in the case of railroads. And a law that does not allow the strongest man to win the race is not a fair one.
Lochner versus New York. Majority finds in favor of New York employer. Justice Holmes dissenting.
The state should have the right to regulate the hours of labor. Since the Constitution does not forbid it, each state should have the right to make experiments. Such is the nature of freedom.
Justice Holmes dissenting.
Justice Holmes dissenting.
Justice Holmes dissenting.
Gentlemen, if there is any principle of the Constitution that more imperatively calls for attachment than any other, it is the principle of free thought. Not free thought for those who agree with us, but freedom for the thought that we hate. Is she asleep, Parker?
No, sir. The doctor just left, and I believe she's waiting to see you.
Oh, good.
The doctor doesn't want you to stay with her very long, sir. He left word that she tires very easily.
Thank you, Parker. Hello, Fanny.
Hello, my dear. How was it at the court today, Wendell?
Fine. How was it here?
Oh, just about the same. Nobody feeds my birds anymore now that I'm not up and around to look after them.
Nonsense. Parker takes care of the birds. Very good care.
Who takes care of you now, Wendell?
Oh, I'm old enough to take care of myself, don't you think? After all, I'm 87.
88, dear.
Good Lord, what a memory you got.
Memories, Wendell. Glorious, glorious memories. We had such a wonderful life together.
We had, Fanny?
Well, there can't be very much of it left now. We've had more than our share already. After all, we...
Don't talk, my dear.
No. I want to talk, Wendell. I want to tell you how sweet you are, how great you are, how wonderful. It's been having a life with you.
You made that life, Fan. Without you, I never could have existed.
You mean that, don't you, dear? You...
Please don't talk anymore. Let me read to you the way you used to read to me.
No, I'm very tired, Wendell. Very tired. Just let me take a nap for a while. You can come back later.
All right, dear.
Good night, Wendell.
Good night, Fan. Sweet dreams.
How is she, sir? Any better?
No, I'm afraid not, Parker. She's going to sleep now. I don't think she'll wake up again. Ever. My flowers, please, Parker.
Oh, perhaps I'd better go with you this time, sir. It's raining.
Oh, that's all right. I've been to a grave in the rain before.
I know, sir. But you've had such a tiring day in court, and...
Flowers, please, Parker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
May I ask you a question, sir?
Yes.
Perhaps it isn't my place to talk about, but...
Come, what is it, Parker?
Well, I've been wondering how much longer you intend to go to court, sir.
I intend to go to court as long as I'm able. The mere fact that I'm 90 shouldn't alarm you. I'll probably live to a ripe old age.
Well, I wasn't thinking so much of your age, sir. I just couldn't help but wonder why you wanted to go on and on with your work. Don't you think you're entitled to a rest, sir?
After all these years in the courtroom, I can't rest, Parker. The riders in a horse race don't stop short when they reach their goal. There's always a little finishing canter before they come to a standstill.
Yes, but, sir...
To live is to function, Parker. And when I stop functioning, I'll take my place out there with Mrs. Holmes. Now do give me that umbrella and stop wasting my time.
A year later, when his voice faltered while delivering a majority opinion, Justice Holmes resigned from the Supreme Court.
At that time, it seemed as if it might be an admission that he had ceased to function. And yet, the grand old man was reading a volume of Plato when the President of the United States paid him the great honor of coming around to his home for a personal visit just a few days after the inaugural ceremonies in 1933. President Roosevelt couldn't help but notice the open volume in Justice Holmes' lap.
Why do you read Plato, Mr. Justice?
I'm trying to improve my mind, Mr. President.
I doubt if your mind needs much improvement, or your spirit either. From what I'm told, you're still one of the most active men in Washington.
Well, I do take my walks in the park occasionally. But when I see all those pretty young girls about, it makes me realize how old I am. Ah, Mr. President, to be 70 again.
I'm sure there are very few people in the world who think as clearly as you do at any age. I just wish I could call on you for advice sometime.
Anytime you say, I'm always willing to serve.
Well, you know what it's been like these past few days. The bank holiday, the embargo on gold. I dare say we're in the worst financial panic in the nation's history.
That is all right.
What do you think?
I'm a soldier, Mr. President. You want a soldier's opinion?
Yes. You've lived through half our country's history. You've seen its great men. This is a dark hour, Justice Holmes. What's your advice to me?
Well, I'd say you were in a war, Mr. President. I was in a war, too, once. And in a war, there's only one rule. Form your battalions and fight.
Thank you, Roger Pryor, for a great performance. Playing Justice Holmes has fulfilled one of my real ambitions, Dick. You know, I'd like to have added my Hallmark greeting card to that famous 90th birthday of his, if only for one reason. What was that? His definition of happiness. Happiness, he said, is 4 feet on a fireplace fender. It was for him. But the most moving moments of his whole story, I think, came at the very end. Justice Holmes died on March 6, 1935. He was laid to rest in Arlington Cemetery. As his body was lowered into the grave, the minister quoted Holmes' own words. At the grave of a hero we end, not with sorrow at the inevitable loss, but with the contagion of his courage. And with a kind of desperate joy, we go back to fight. Thank you again, Roger Pryor. Folks, it's almost Easter Sunday. Only a little more than a week remains to let your friends and loved ones know you're thinking of them at Easter time. So tomorrow, select your Hallmark Easter cards. There are many beautiful ones from which to choose. Cards that say what you want to say, the way you want to say it. Remember, at Easter, as always, look on the back of the card you select for those 3 identifying words, a Hallmark card. Those 3 words, a Hallmark card, are your assurance of finest quality. They tell your friends you cared enough to send the very best. You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at the same time for another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program, sponsored by Hallmark greeting cards. At that time, you will hear the true and inspiring story of the man who conquered Devil's Island. Our star will be one of Hollywood's most popular young actors, Van Heflin. Roger Pryor was supported by Margaret Curtis in the role of Van, and may shortly be seen in the stage production, Message for Margaret. Yankee from Olympus was dramatized by Robert Sloan from the book by Catherine Drinker Bowen, as it appeared in the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Slobe, who
with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look at the back of your cards for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Tom Shirley speaking for the makers of Hallmark greeting cards and for your friendly Hallmark dealer. You'll find a wide selection of Hallmark cards at America's finest shops and stores. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness.
This is the WBBM Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
If you want to relieve headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains quickly, try Anacin. The relief it brings is incredibly fast. Here's why. Anacin is made like a doctor's prescription, contains not just one, but a combination of medically active and proved ingredients. Get Anacin from your druggist in easy-to-take tablet form. Keep it handy. And then next time you have a headache pain or suffer pain of neuritis or neuralgia, take Anacin tablets. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Now it's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has been going with Philip Boynton for quite some time now. 6 years to be exact. But only once or twice during that period did she have to worry about the eternal triangle.
And that's not unusual when your boyfriend is the eternal square. Still, I must admit, I did see green about 2 weeks ago when Mr. Boynton began dating a young society beauty named Lucy Fairchild. I got angry, we had an argument, and I finally asked Mr. Boynton to choose between us. Did he want a beautiful young society girl with $1 million, or a steadily employed English teacher with a guaranteed pension in 20 years? Oddly enough, he chose me. And to make my happiness complete, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, invited the two of us to spend this past weekend with him and Mrs. Conklin at their cabin on Crystal Lake. Friday morning, my landlady was in my room with me, helping me pack, when she suddenly began to get sentimental.
Connie, do you realize this is the first time we've been separated in almost a year? Oh, I am going to miss you, dear. Promise me you'll write every day.
But, Mrs. Davis, I'm only going to be gone 2 days. Why, I'd be home before the first letter reached you.
Oh, how nice. Then we could both sit down and read it together.
Better still, why don't I write the letter now and let you read it to me while I'm packing? I know just what I'd say in it. I'd tell you what a wonderful time I'm having with Mr. Boynton.
I hope it comes true, dear. It's just too bad Osgood will be around to pester you two.
You're not kidding. Ever since Mr. Conklin saved Mr. Stone by pulling him out of that open elevator shaft, he's been playing the hero role to the hilt. But to spend the weekend with Mr. Boynton, I can even bear Mr. Conklin.
Connie, I know it's a touchy subject, but, well, has Mr. Boynton really given up that society girl?
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Boynton is through with the Crepe Suzette's crowd. I think he realizes now that we donut dunkers were made for each other.
Still, I wonder...
Wonder what, Mrs. Davis?
Well, it's probably just my imagination, but this whole thing reminds me of a book I read.
Oh?
You and Mr. Boynton going up to a lonely cabin in the woods. It's before the regular season opens, nobody around. He's torn between you and that society girl. He takes you out in a shaky rowboat. Connie, it's an American tragedy all over again.
An American tragedy? Oh, Mrs. Davis, you certainly have an imagination. What an utterly fantastic thought.
Oh, of course it is, dear. Of course it is. It's an utterly fantastic idea.
Look, Mrs. Davis, for your information, Mr. Boynton has never even read an American tragedy. Now let's just forget the whole thing. Oh, that's Walter to drive me to school. Come in, Walter. The door's open. Mrs. Davis, please, not a word to Walter about what we've been discussing, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Honey, I give you my word, my lips are sealed. And you know when I give anyone my word, I could be drowning and pardon me, dear. Oh, good morning, Walter.
And a good morning to the two fairest ladies of my acquaintance. Hey, it looks like you're practically all set for the big weekend, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Walter. A mad, glorious weekend away from classrooms, books, and American-born students who refuse to learn the English language.
Yeah, but you'll still have old Marblehead. You'll have Mr. Conklin with you. Harriet says that living with him these days is like living with a combination of John Wayne and Fearless Fosdick. Did you see the poem he wrote called Keep Your Head? It covers the entire school bulletin board. 32 stanzas. Did you read it, Miss Brooks? It's all about courage.
I read it, Walter, and for the first time I was glad I was a coward. But Mr. Conklin, or no, Mr. Conklin, I'm looking forward to a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You and Mr. Boynton away together in a lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody near, no society girl around. Just the two of you out in the lake alone in Mr. Conklin's shaky rowboat. Hey, it's an American tragedy all over again.
American tragedy. Why, Walter, that's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
In the last 30 seconds. Actually, it's a perfectly ridiculous idea.
Oh, I wasn't for a minute implying that such a thought would ever enter Mr. Boynton's head.
Well, I'm glad of that. Now, just forget the whole thing.
Only, why has he been reading that book for the past 3 weeks?
He's been reading an American tragedy?
Oh, but Connie, what difference does it make? There's probably no connection between the two.
Oh, of course not. No connection between the two. None at all. None whatsoever. Absolutely no connection. Now, the whole thing is absurd, Walter. The whole idea of going up to the cabin was Mr. Conklin's, not Mr. Boynton's idea, and I don't expect to go out on the lake up there anyway.
Oh, sure. Sure, there's no comparison between the two situations. I'm sorry if I made you nervous, Miss Brooks.
Nervous? Me nervous? Don't be silly, Walter.
Connie, I don't want to rush you, but don't you think you should be on your way to school?
Right, Mrs. Davis, I'm all ready. Come on, Walter. Let's get into your boat and row to school. Oh, good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
Why so depressed this morning, dear?
I just left Daddy's office.
If you were just entering, you'd have an even better reason.
Oh, honestly, since Daddy rescued Mr. Stone a few weeks ago, there's simply no living with him. Mother says she's heard so many stanzas of his poem, Keep Your Head, she's losing hers. Gosh, I certainly don't envy you being up at Crystal Lake with Daddy over the weekend.
Well, with Mr. Boynton along to keep me company, I'm certain I'll manage.
Oh, of course, it should be great for the two of you. Away together in our lonely cabin in the woods before the regular season opens. Nobody around for miles. That society girl forgotten. Just the two of you out on the lake alone in Daddy's wobbly rowboat.
Harriet, I won't have you implying this is another American tragedy.
But, Miss Brooks, I wasn't implying.
You weren't?
Of course not. Why, there's certainly no reason to be suspicious of a man just because he suggested to Daddy that he open his cabin and invite you along.
Mr. Boynton asked your father to open his cabin and invite me along? It was Mr. Boynton's idea?
Well, yes, but that's certainly nothing to be upset about.
Upset? Who's upset? Why should I be upset? Besides, Mr. Boynton has never said anything about going out in any boat. He's never mentioned that. Never once. So why should I be upset?
Good morning, Miss Brooks. What did I do to deserve such a charming greeting? Now step into my office, please. I want to have a word with you.
Yes, sir. I'll see you later, Harriet.
Bye, Miss Brooks.
You needn't sit down, since this won't take a minute, Miss Brooks. I presume you've seen my poem on the bulletin board. I posted it yesterday, just before lunch. You couldn't miss it going to the cafeteria. Did you read it?
Yes, sir, and it saved me lunch money. I read it, sir.
The first two stanzas I consider the most important. Keep your head.
by Osgood Conklin. When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head and never lose cheer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. Ride the crest of the wave. Miss Brooks, tell me truthfully, have you ever heard anything so inspirational?
Not since Casey at the bat.
Now, on my desk this morning was this piece of paper, and on it is a dastardly satire some ignorant buffoon made of those precious verses. Go on and read it, Miss Brooks.
When others about you show panic and fear, just keep your head like a good glass of beer. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head. You'll have something to shave.
Who could have done this to me, Miss Brooks? Who could have played this ghastly trick on Osgood Conklin? Who? Miss Brooks, are you listening to me?
Oh.
Did you hear what I said?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin. I really don't know who could have written it. Will you excuse me now, sir? I'm not myself today. I feel a little nervous.
Oh, well, then this weekend with us up at the lake will do you good. You'll have plenty of opportunity to be alone with Mr. Boynton. You've always wanted that, haven't you?
Yes, but not quite this way. That is, it should be nice, sir.
It certainly should be for both of you. But something he asked me yesterday has me a little puzzled.
Something he asked you?
Yes. He asked me, did I have a good, strong rowboat?
Good, strong rowboat. He asked you that? Well, when did he ask you that?
Right after he asked me how deep the middle of the lake was.
How deep the middle of the lake was?
Well, yes. Looks like Mr. Boynton plans to drown you. Why, what's the matter, Miss Brooks? Where's your sense of humor? I was only joking. I'm certain such a delightful, hideous thought never entered Boynton's head.
Oh, no, I'm certain it didn't, sir. Absolutely certain. Now, if you'll please excuse me.
Miss Brooks, where are you going?
Down to the pool to learn to swim.
Oh, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Oh, nothing at all. Nothing at all, Mr. Boynton. Well, nice bumping into you. On dry land, that is. See you next week sometime. Bye.
Next week? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about? You haven't forgotten our trip this weekend, have you?
Oh, no. I remember the weekend under Crystal Lake. On Crystal Lake. But frankly, I've been thinking of staying home this weekend.
But, Miss Brooks, you promised to go. I thought we'd patched up our little difference, and I really have been looking forward to it.
You really have been looking forward to it?
Yes, and I've made some plans. Little on the romantic side, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter. With me, both sides are romantic. Oh, gosh, how could I have been so silly? What are your plans, Mr. Boynton?
Well, tonight after dinner, just as the full moon comes out in a perfect blue sky, we'll go out in Mr. Conklin's rowboat. I'll need just one big, powerful oar. And I'll show you how to sit so you don't rock the boat. And even if you do fall into the lake, I can swim. Why are you looking at me that way? What is it? Oh, I think I know what's bothering you. You're mystified as to my actual reason for this trip. Now, isn't that it?
No, I've read chapter 23.
My actual reason for going up to the lake is to gather first-hand information on the nocturnal habits of the speckled-throated frog.
The nocturnal habits of the speckled-throated frog?
I'm doing some highly confidential research work for a biological paper I'm writing. I wasn't even going to tell you until we got up there.
And that's the only other reason you wanted to go out with me in a rowboat tonight?
What did you think I wanted to go out with you for? To repeat an American tragedy?
It was a perfectly crazy idea. How could a thought like that even enter my mind?
Of course. Well, I've got a class now, Miss Brooks. I'll pick you up at your house at 4 o'clock sharp. I'll just honk my horn and you come out.
I should be all packed by then, but if I'm not right out, tread water wait for a few minutes, will you? Osgood, ever since we arrived at the cabin 3 hours ago, you've been behaving ridiculously. Now come out of that rowboat this instant.
Quiet, passion flower. Believe me, Boynton has gone completely berserk. Everything he's done so far clearly indicates he plans to marinate Miss Brooks tonight.
Osgood, please stop hiding under that tarpaulin. They're bound to see you sooner or later.
Believe me, Poopsie girl, your Osgood knows what he's doing. I've collected facts from Walter Dent and Harriet and Miss Brooks herself, and there's no question about it. Boynton plans to end his romantic obligations to Miss Brooks by bashing her over the skull and using her as bass bait. But I am going to save her.
Save. Osgood, since you pulled Mr. Stone out of that elevator shaft and became a hero, you've been simply impossible. Now, please get out of that boat before they come down here.
Worry not for your Osgood's safety, my pet. He knows how heroes are expected to act in emergencies, and he shall not be found wanting. The world makes room for the heart that is brave, so just keep your head.
And you have something to shave.
No! You wrote that satire. For 20 years, I've clasped a Delilah to my bosom.
They're coming now. Please get out of that boat. Oh, very well, be a hero. And when Mr. Boynton finds you hiding under that tarpaulin, I hope he hangs something besides a medal under your eye.
We'll return in a moment.
You know, being a good driver is more than just turning on the ignition and stepping on the gas. You have to know where you're going, look where you're going, and getting there depends on the brakes. Have you checked your brakes lately?
Well, there was no doubt in Mr. Conklin's mind. Mr. Boynton was going to end his romantic idyll with Miss Brooks by using her to fatten up the fishes. So, to present another American tragedy, when the two took his rowboat out on Crystal Lake, he hid himself under the tarpaulin.
Oh, gosh, isn't it nice and peaceful out here on the lake, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, it sure is, Miss Brooks. I wonder if you'd mind. That is, well, can I hold your hand?
I doubt it. We're about 8 feet apart.
You could sit closer. Why don't you sit on that tarpaulin?
Oh, no, thanks. I tried it before, and I felt like I was sitting on a mass of whale blubber. What was that?
Oh, probably the mating call of the speckled-throated bullfrog. Would you like me to tell you about the love life of the frog, Miss Brooks?
Right now, I'm trying to develop one of my own. I mean, some other time, Mr. Boynton.
Well, maybe I could move a little closer to you.
No, stay where you are. I'll come to you.
Very well. Only be careful. This boat's awfully shaky. Here, I'll hold the oar up high and give you... Hold it, Boynton! There'll be no American tragedy in this boat. Mr. Conklin, then it was you under the tarpaulin.
See? I told you it felt like a mass of whale blubber. Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in this boat?
What am I doing? Miss Brooks, wherever a human life is in peril, there you will find Osgood Conklin. Confess, Boynton, what are you doing out here on the lake with Miss Brooks and that oar? We're rowing around studying the nocturnal habits of the speckled bullfrog. Good boy, I knew if I put it to you that way, you'd confess. You were going to bash her head in, drown her, then swim to shore and plead that you rowing around studying the habits of the speckled bullfrog!
Back under the tarpaulin again? Mr. Conklin, I know it's bad news for you, but let's face it, Mr. Boynton was not trying to drown me.
Not trying to drown you? But he can't do this to me. I mean, I worked so hard to be well, just to play it safe, Boynton, I'll take that oar. But, sir, this is preposterous. Nothing will happen in this boat as long as Osgood Conklin is here.
That's just the trouble.
Oh, but, sir... Very well, if you won't give it to me, I'll have to wrest it from you. Release that oar, Boynton! Oh, good gosh, there goes our only oar. Oh, we'll never find it in the dark. Our only oar?
Yes, and heaven knows where we are on this lake. We've been drifting for an hour. We're probably miles from land by now. How are we going to get back without an oar?
Sir, frankly, I'm worried, too. There's no one else on this lake. Who knows how long we'll be out here? And why are we all so nervous? True, this is a period of crisis, but luckily you have Osgood Conklin aboard. I shall be your captain.
We're dead. What Mr. Boynton said is right, sir. It might be days before we're rescued.
There's nothing to eat in the boat. With a little ingenuity, Boynton, we'll find something to eat.
Don't look at me, sir. I'm indigestible.
But first, I'll run this ship the way it should be run. Mr. Boynton, you will sit fore and keep a sharp lookout for smoke on the horizon. Miss Brooks, you may sit aft and troll for small fish with a bobby pin tied on a shoelace. I shall sit here and steer the boat manually using that good old North Star as my guide.
But, sir, that's the moon you're pointing at.
And I thought it seemed a rather odd shape for a star. Let's try to get organized, shall we? Clear thinking is the ticket. Lacking an oar, we shall need to improvise a sail immediately. I'll need some large white garment. Miss Brooks?
You won't get a stitch from me.
Well then, Boynton, I suggest we use your shirt as a sail.
Second the motion. And let's throw in his undershirt, too, sir. His shirt ought to do nicely.
Oh, sir, can't we wait until morning for all this? You'll obey orders, Boynton, while I am captain of this ship.
Below, sir.
We can dispense with your levity, Miss Brooks. And now, before anything else, as a source of hope and inspiration, let us all bow our heads and prayerfully intone the first verse of my poem, Keep Your Head. By Osgood Conklin.
Why not let me try to swim to shore for help, sir?
But, Miss Brooks, you can't swim.
Well, there's no time like the present to learn. Hey, am I imagining things, or is this boat sinking?
Sinking? Holy cow, you're right. There's a leak. A leak? Where? Good grief! Water's coming in. There is a leak. The boat's sinking. I can't swim. I don't think this boat can last 5 minutes the way the water's coming in. Maybe much less. Well, keep your head, Boynton. Don't get panicky. Don't get panicky, boy. You'll need all your head. Every ounce of it. Just hold me ashore.
Oh, you ashore? What about me, sir? I can't swim either. And you know the tradition of the sea. The captain goes down with his ship.
Not in the ship! Grab my hair, Boynton. Don't just sit there. Keep a clear head, boy. Clear. Here, grab my arm. Which arm do you want? Take your choice. Oh, help me, Boynton. Help me! Steady, sir. Let's not lose our heads.
Just think of your poem, sir. When others about you show panic and fear.
Oh, stop that idiotic balderdash! Help me, Boynton. I have a wife and family. Miss Brooks has no wife. Nothing. Who's that? Martha! Good heavens, I see the mother of my child! My life must be flashing before my eyes!
Osgood, what on earth are you babbling about?
Martha, is that really you? How did you get out here? Are you treading water?
What for? The lake is only 3 feet deep here. Shouting, so I put on your hip boots and waded out.
It's only 3 feet deep here?
Now will you let the women and children go first?
Mrs. Conklin, just where are we now?
Oh, the cabin is just around the bend, Mr. Boynton. Now, Osgood, will you kindly explain just why my big hero suddenly went to pieces?
Went to pieces? Why, Martha, what a fantastic idea. Oh, I will admit I was a little upset, but it was more for the safety of Mr. Boynton and Miss Brooks than myself. My first concern was for their safety. Isn't that so, Miss Brooks?
Well, what do you say, Miss Brooks? The next time you run Mr. Conklin's bath, be sure you throw in a life preserver.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Let's Break the Ice. I read an interesting letter from a talented lady who said she and her husband always listen to Fibber McGee and Molly on Tuesday nights. Never miss it because it's her husband's favorite radio show. But he's never bought her any Johnson's Wax or Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Well, that was hard for me to figure out. My wife never asks me if she can buy anything like that. But let me make just this one little point about Johnson's Glow Coat. Forget for a minute all the work it saves your little wife. Forget the compliments she'll get from your
friends when they see those gleaming linoleum floors wearing their protective coats of Glow Coat polish. But think for a moment about this fact. The Johnson's Glow Coat makes linoleum last much longer, protects it from wear and tear. And I think you'll agree with me that not to insist upon your wife using Glow Coat is just bad business. Remember, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Buy some tomorrow. Well, there's been quite an argument going on this last week at 79 Wistful Vista. Mrs. McGee says her husband should go see an oculist. Mr. McGee says he'll do no such thing. So, here sitting in the office of Wistful Vista's leading oculist, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, now stop your fidgeting, McGee. The doctor will see you in just a few minutes.
I don't care if he never sees me. This whole idea is silly. I don't need glasses.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I suppose you were just kidding this morning when you yelled, "Hey, I found a quarter." And then you picked up the manhole cover.
Well, shucks. There's nothing really wrong with my eyes at all. I just strained them a little looking for that comet, that's all.
Well, I'm glad to hear you even admit that. Heavenly days, it's no disgrace to wear glasses.
Oh, you just say that on account of Uncle Dennis.
He doesn't wear glasses.
Oh, no. He's worn out most of ours one way and another.
Well, you'll admit he carries it like a gentleman.
Yeah. He even hiccups with a Harvard accent. Look, Molly, you know very well my eye strain is just a temporary condition. I don't...
All right, Doc. Sure is a load off my mind.
Oh, hello there, old-timer. Been getting your eyes examined?
Yep. As the chemist says, when the dye factory blew up, I come out with flying colors.
Well, what did the doctor tell you?
Oh, he says I didn't have a thing to worry about, Tony. Says I'll be reading newspapers without glasses when I'm 95.
Oh, that's swell, old-timer. I'm glad to hear it. What's the matter with your eyes?
Got a twitch in one of them, Johnny.
Oh. Nervous?
Not till I had my face slapped the third time.
They thought you were a matcher, eh? Well, as I always says, old-timer, the trouble with flirting is that you're generally flirting with trouble.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, which was t'other day while I was sitting in a little booth getting my pants pressed because the garden needed some rain. It always rains when I get my pants pressed, which is why they don't have any women in the weather bureau.
Yeah, but the way you heard it...
Oh, yeah. One feller says to t'other feller... Hey, says... I see where a young college feller pole vaulted born 15 feet to a new world's record last Saturday. Ain't that wonderful? Yeah, says t'other feller. But he never could have done it without that big stick. Well, I guess the doctor will be seeing you in a minute, kid.
Well, thanks, Mr. Oldtimer. You say he thought your eyes were all right, huh?
Yep. Says I'll be reading newspapers without glasses when I'm 95. On one condition.
What's the condition?
Gotta learn to read. Come on, kid.
I wonder how old he is, McGee.
Search me, but I'd swear he wears a TP.
No, you mean a frappe.
I do not. A frappe is a small sedan.
Go on, that's a coupe.
Well, then what's a TP?
A teepee is a wigwam.
That's what I've been trying to say. To keep his wigwam, he has to wear a TP.
Oh, dear. That joke was old when radio was just a funny noise from Schenectady. Oh, I wish that doctor'd hurry.
No, we're not in any hurry. Besides, that other guy's ahead of us.
Who?
That guy standing over there in the corner. Hey, take your hat off, mister. There's a lady present.
McGee, that's a hat rack.
Huh? Oh. Well, I just...
All right, Mr. McGee, you're next, I believe. Will you step in here, please?
Okay, Doc.
You may come too if you wish, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Now, you understand, I'm just doing this to humor my wife, Doc. My eyes are as good as they ever were.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll just give you a preliminary examination, Mr. McGee. Yes. There's nothing to worry about.
Who's worrying?
I am.
What about?
Oh, nothing in particular. I just worry. Gives me that busy professional frown, you know. Very valuable, impresses people. Yes. Now, first, Mr. McGee, I want you to read the chart for me.
XKMZOPLBW.
Isn't that wonderful, Doctor?
Certainly is. Now, I'll put up the chart and see if he can do it. Now then, Mr. McGee, read the top line.
The top line from the bottom?
Quit stalling, McGee. Read the chart.
Well, he cheated. That ain't the chart I'm familiar with.
Look, Mr. McGee, I'm afraid I'll have to relax the muscles of your eyes before I can examine them properly. They're a bit strange, you know.
Oh, well, how will you do that, Doctor?
We'll put drops in them.
Oh.
Relaxes the muscles and enlarges pupils.
Oh, yes.
His vision will be blurred for a few hours, and then I want him to come back. Say in about 3 hours. Yes.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Doc.
Now?
Sir, I don't want
Now, McGee?
Huh?
Who knows best? You or the doctor? You don't either. Go ahead, Doctor.
Very well. Open your eyes wide, McGee. Not your mouth, your eyes. That's it. Yes. 1, 2, there. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it?
No.
Oh, I guess I'll live through it. I ain't scared.
Well, then what are you trembling?
I'm not trembling.
The doctor ought to know, dearie. You're holding his hand.
Huh? Oh. I thought that was yours, Mom. Excuse me, Doc.
That's all right. I'll have the circulation back in that hand in no time. Well, that's all for now, Mr. McGee. Remember, back here in 3 hours. Yes.
Well, now, what do we do in the meantime?
Well, we might go sit in a movie.
Don't be silly. You couldn't see the picture, and the dialogue wouldn't make sense.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. McGee. Who is he to criticize senseless dialogue? Eh? Don't you worry about your eyes, Mr. McGee. There may be nothing at all wrong, you know. Nothing at all.
Oh, I'm not worried, Doc. All us McGees have had good eyes, particularly the men in the family. Why, even when I was a tiny baby, people used to say, "Can you imagine such beautiful eyes in a mug like that?" Eyes a Muggin' McGee, I was known as in them days. Eyes a Muggin' McGee, a magnificent masculine mess of muscle and mental magnitude, mentioned in Milady's monthly magazines as the mighty male who managed to mesmerize most of the merry minxes of Monte Carlo, and the majority of Marcel's maidens of Manhattan, and many of the magnetic misses of Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, Montana, Minneapolis, Minnesota. A merry mass of manhood with a touch of Irish off, but let's get going, Molly, or I'll believe this stuff myself.
idea of yours, Molly, stopping in here for a bite to eat instead of sitting in the park.
How are your eyes, dearie? Is the medicine wearing off?
Oh, sure, I can see better now than I... Whoops!
What's the matter?
I guess I'm kind of clumsy today. I dropped the top off the ketchup bottle and into the sugar bowl.
That was an olive, then you dropped it in the cream pitcher, and there's no ketchup on the table. Heavenly days, it's a good thing I'm with you, or goodness knows what. Uh-oh. McGee.
Huh?
There's Mrs. Uppington over at that table behind the post.
What's the old war horse eating? A bale of hay all rotten?
Let me see. No, she's polishing off a big piece of chocolate chiffon pie. And the next time she tries to tell me about living on Melba toast and skim milk, I'll... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? Imagine meeting you here.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Miss McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Mrs. Uppington is over there, dearie. I'm Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
You're looking very well for yourself, Abigail, old girl.
Thank you, my dear. Though I must do something about my weight. I'm simply gaining ounces, you know.
Oh, cut it out, Uppy, cut it out. You got a wonderful figure, Uppy. In fact, I never seen you look handsomer than you do today. You ain't fat, you're just chubby. In a cute way.
Oh, flatterer.
Besides, what if you do gain a little, Abigail? I always said what this country needs is less hustle and more bustle.
And that's a mighty ducky little chapeau you're sporting today, too, Uppy.
Miss McGee, I am not wearing a hat.
Huh? Oh, I thought that was an airplane. Well, you're always so far ahead of the styles, I thought you had on one of them new off-the-head hats.
Now you say such sweet things, Miss McGee.
I have a tough time doing it, though.
But it is sweet, and my head is easily turned, you know.
Well, that's because your neck is so skinny, Abigail.
You know, Molly Uppy seems to have took on an entirely new personality lately. Looking at her right now, she kind of vibrates. She just glows. There's a kind of a radiance about her.
Oh, no, Mr. McGee, you silly boy. You never talked to me like that before.
Of course he didn't. He never had an oculus put drops in his eyes before either.
Oh, you poor boy. Now, doesn't it make everything look horribly distorted? Oh, you mean all those nice things? Well, I have never been so insulted. Goodbye, you squirt.
Molly, did I say something wrong?
Oh, no. But I don't think that was government-inspected bologna you were dishing out. Come on, McGee, let's go.
Okay, you paid the check?
Yes, I did. Can I help you with your coat, dearie?
No, thanks, I got it.
You got it all right. You got it inside out.
Huh?
Here, let me. McGee, this isn't your coat.
It isn't? Well, where is mine? I put it right on that rack there.
Oh, dear. Somebody must have taken yours by mistake and left this one.
Huh?
Look, here's the owner's name on the inside of the pocket. Wallace Wimple.
Wallace Wimple, eh? Well, whoever he is, he's got a lot of moxie swiping my coat. Wait till I get my hands on that guy. He'll wish he'd never sunk.
Hello there, folks. What's the matter?
Hi, Gildersleeve.
No, it isn't Mr. Gildersleeve, dearie. That's Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
He's being examined for glasses, Mr. Wilcox, and he's got drops in his eyes.
Hey, Harlow, somebody swiped my overcoat and left this one instead.
Well, you're lucky. That's a good-looking coat.
Well, now, we'll have to find the owner. Do you know a Mr. Wallace Wimple, Mr. Wilcox?
Wimple. Not Wallace Wimple.
Yeah, you know him?
Me know Wallace Wimple?
Oh, boy, what?
Why, say, when I first started working for Johnson's Wax, before I even knew what a wonderful thing Johnson's Wax was for beautifying and protecting floors and furniture and woodwork against dust and dirt and dampness, before I even found out what a blessing Johnson's Wax was for particular housewives. And that was... Well, let's see. We've been on the air for Johnson's Wax 6 years today, and I worked for them 4 years before that. That's 10 years. And that was... Well, let's see. Isn't that amazing?
Why, it's unbelievable.
Wilcox is your real name, O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan? No, why?
Oh, I just wondered. You can find more heels to drag a sales talk in by than anybody.
Don't say that, pal. You're not a heel. You're a very nice little guy. Of course, you're not too bright, and you talk too much. But outside of that...
McGee, stop swinging at Mr. Wilcox. Wait till you can see better.
Oh, that's okay, Molly. He was just kidding. And so was I. We can't spoil our 6th anniversary together by fighting. Look, Fibber, why don't you keep this coat and just call it good luck?
Because I'm too honest and it don't fit. Come on, Molly, we got to go find Wimple. Oh, why didn't somebody tell me my shirt tail was sticking out?
Oh, but
look
Fibber,
out, Jerry, look out.
Who threw that? What the?
We tried to tell you that wasn't your shirt tail. That was the tablecloth.
Oh, sure.
The King's Men sing, Let's Get Away From It All.
Gotta go to work on the 8:15. Oh, every day I struggle through the same routine. Oh, every night I go to bed and then get up and start all over again. Let's take a boat to Bermuda. Let's take a plane to St. Paul. Let's ride a kayak to Quincy or Nyack. Let's get away from it all. Let's take a trip in a trailer. No need to come back at all. Let's take a powder to Boston for chowder. Let's get away from it all. We're gonna fly away. We're gonna fly away. We're gonna shut the door and lock the gate and let the bill collectors wait. Hurry up, celebrate before we get too old to make it. Take a boat to Honolulu. We'll take a trip over China's wall. We'll drop a line to Uncle Willie from a steamer bound for Chile. Let's get away from it all. Fly, take it down to Rio. Or you can take along a Spanish shawl. We'll take a passage on a freighter just across the old equator. Let's get away from it all. We'll look up all your aunts and all your uncles and your cousins and we'll camp right at their door. They may go broke, but holy smoke, we'll never worry anymore. They'll never miss me at the office. I'm never going back there at all. We'll never be at home when the butcher and the baker and the tailor and the landlord call. We're gonna leave them flat, so baby, grab your hat. Let's get away from it. Let's get away from it all. Away from it all.
Oh, I wish we knew who this Wallace Wimple was. Did you ask the manager of the gas company?
Yes, and the light company and the water company.
Maybe we should hire a private detective.
Do something. I wish my eyes would clear up. As it is, I wouldn't know this Wallace Wimple if I saw him. Ow, that ratted, Bud. What's the idea of jabbing me with that cigar? Who do you think you are to...
now, McGee.
I'll teach him to stand around in front of cigar stores and bump into people. I got a good notion to slap you down, Bud. What do you think of that? Well, ain't you got anything to say?
Indians don't talk much, McGee.
Is he an Indian?
Yes, and a wooden one at that.
Huh? Oh. Excuse me, Chief. I guess I was off the reservation.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, little girl. I can't see you very good, but I recognize your voice. I got some stuff in my eyes, and I don't see very well for a while yet.
Why?
Well, they do that so they can examine your eyes better.
What's the matter with him, mister? You got astigmatism?
Got what, sis?
Astigmatism.
Shucks, sis. We could have had a cute routine if you'd only mispronounced that.
I know it, but it would have been kind of corny, I betcha.
Well, maybe it would. And seeing that this is our 6th anniversary for Johnson's Wax, maybe we'd better go easy on the corn.
On the what?
Corn.
I'm hungry.
What's the matter with you, sis? You a food hoarder? You save it for a friend?
No, but I got a
feed my puppy and my kitty and a turtle. And last Sunday, my papa gave me Easter bunny.
Oh, he did, huh?
Hmm?
I says he did, huh?
He did what?
Your father gave you an Easter bunny.
Gee, did he?
That rabbit, you said he did.
I know it.
Well, what? Now, look, sis. Did you ever hear of a guy named Wallace Wimple?
Sure.
When?
Just now. Why, Dad?
Because I gotta find him, that's why. And say, by the way, if you ever hear of anyone named Wallace Wimple, come and tell me, will you? And I'll give you a nickel.
It's worth 10 cents of it.
Oh. Okay, 10 cents.
You mean you'll give me 10 cents if I tell you how to find him? Do you, please?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Give me the dime.
You know how I can find him?
Sure I do, I bet.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay, here's 10 cents. What do I do?
Look in the telephone book.
I never thought of that. Hey, Molly, lead me to the nearest phone booth, will you?
All right, dearie. I don't know how we overlooked such an obvious idea.
Well, sometimes the things right under your nose are the hardest to see. As the high school kid says when he tries to raise a mustache. Hey, Molly.
What?
Does drops in your eyes affect your other muscles? I'm developing an awful limp.
Oh, it isn't serious, dearie. You're walking with one foot in the gutter.
Let's get down to Kramer's drugstore and see if we can...
Well. Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Fibber.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Is that you, Saki?
Well, what's the matter with you, little chum? What are they leading you around for?
Oh, don't drift so much. Big drift. You make me sick with all that.
He's been to the oculist, Mr. Gildersleeve, and he's got drops in his eyes.
Not that it bothers me at the moment, Gildersleeve. You always did look like a big blur to me anyway.
Is that so?
Yes, that's...
Why, you astigmatic little biological error. For 2 cents, I'd pop you one right on that little receding chin of yours. And if you haven't got 2 cents, you can open an account with me.
Drops in the eyes or no drops in the eyes, Gildersleeve? I could handle you with one hand tied behind me and juggling 3 Japanese with my feet.
You couldn't juggle the accounts in a piggy bank, you little vacuum.
Gildersleeve?
Oh, here. For goodness sake, boy, stop it.
Oh.
Don't you realize this is our 6th anniversary for Johnson's Wax?
Well,
Let's all be friends at least for one day.
well, all right. For one day.
One day it is, Gildersleeve. But what are you doing tomorrow?
Nothing.
Okay. Suppose I meet you in back of the firehouse and slap a few of your cheap gold fillings down your noisy epiglottis.
You're a hard man, McGee. But by George!
Hey, Saki.
What is it, chum?
You know a guy named Wallace Wimple?
Wallace Wimple. Oh, Wallace Wimple. Why, certainly.
Oh, huh.
An old college chum of mine.
Oh.
Yeah. He used to sleep in the next seat of me in chapel.
For goodness sake, well, where does he live, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Wait a minute. I have it right down here in my address book. Wimple. W. Here's Wilma.
Wilma, huh?
Wilma's the horse. She's running in the Derby this year. W. Ah, here it is. Wally Wimple. 1345 Oak Street. And when you see him...
Oh, taxi!
Okay, Molly. Let's go.
Come on, McGee. Come on, get in quick. No, in the back seat, dearie.
Oh.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, wait a minute, folks. What's this all about? I might...
Oh, go tat a tip at you, big mug. I'll see you tomorrow behind the firehouse.
Oh!
1345 Oak Street, driver, and step on it now. Step on it.
Come on, Molly. Here we are.
Watch the step, dearie. Here, take hold of my hand.
Now, you let me handle it, Molly. This guy may be a professional crook, and I might have to get tough with him.
Well, what if he's a big bruiser?
Well, Yeah? Hi, Bud. You Wallace Wimple?
Yes, I am.
You a big guy, Molly?
No, he's just a little guy, McGee.
Yeah. Now, you look here, Wimple. You got a lot of nerve swiping my coat out of that restaurant. I got a notion to kick you around and teach you respect for other people's property. What? What's the idea of taking my coat?
Well, bless my soul, I didn't even know I had taken the wrong one.
Well, is this your coat, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, it certainly is, and thank you so much for returning it.
Is that all you got to say, Wimple? Ain't you going to apologize?
Yes, I certainly am. It was a very ridiculous mistake. But at the time, I couldn't tell one coat from another.
Well, why not?
Well, I went to an oculist this morning, and he put some drops in my eyes. Isn't that silly?
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Have you heard about the special bargain offer that many Johnson dealers are now making? It's one you'll not want to miss, so listen carefully. For a limited time, many dealers are now giving a long-handled glow coat applier free with a quart of Johnson self-polishing glow coat at the regular price of 98 cents. You'll find this applier very handy. It's washable, may be used over and over again, and it makes the application of glow coat amazingly simple. And speaking of saving, glow coat, of course, is a famous labor saver. It's the #1 easy-to-use floor polish wherever you go. It needs no rubbing or buffing. You just apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes your floor gleams with a rich, long-lasting polish. Glow Coat keeps the colors of linoleum fresh and bright, makes the linoleum itself last much longer. See your dealer right away while this money-saving offer is still available. Ask for this long-handled applier free with 1 quart of Johnson's Glow Coat at the regular price of 98 cents.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's program marks the beginning of our 7th year on the air for Johnson's Wax. And the people in both Racine and Wistful Vista want to thank you all for your loyalty and friendship.
That's right. If it hadn't been for you folks, why we would...
Telegram for Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
I'll take it, Wallace. Thanks.
Let me read it, dearie. Remember your eyes. Oh, how nice. Listen, McGee.
Yeah?
Congratulations to Fibber, McGee, and Molly on their 6th anniversary. You have done a wonderful job, and we hope your sponsor appreciates you as much as we do. We hope they sign you up for another 6 years.
That'll be 89 cents, please. It's collect.
It is not collect. I paid for that telephone. Good night.
Good night, Al.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Special announcement about Johnson's newest product, the amazing enamel that actually contains wax. Johnson's Wax Enamel it's called, and you've never seen an enamel like it before. Take a piece of furniture that's old and shabby, brush on a coat of wax enamel in any one of 19 smart colors, and behold the smoothest finish and most exquisite luster you ever saw. You'll be proud of your decorating efforts with this new kind of enamel because wax enamel dries with a smoother, more colorful finish, with a satiny wax luster instead of a harsh glare. Besides, and this is important, the wax in wax enamel gives it extra protection against wear, makes it easy to keep clean. Your dealer will give you a wax enamel color chart free. Ask for one tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Golly, what a wallop! He rang the bell again.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Cheerios gives you a kind of nourishment that really counts. Cheerios is a cereal that really helps you build up strength and energy. So for your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. Cheerios. Cheerios.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Inspector Muckerplug of Scotland Yard knew that all those drownings were not accidents, but he had no evidence. It was an easy way for a man to make a living, murder his wives and collect insurance. Yes, I said wives, for there was more than one murder. Hello, Creek. This is Peter Lorre with an invitation to join us at the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight I bring you a story by Roy Vickers. It's the unusual tale of a man who first murdered in rage, and all the witnesses swore it was an accident. Then he murdered coldly, deliberately, for profit, and each time the victim was his own wife. Listen then to The Man Who Murdered in Public. The story of the murder starts on the afternoon of June 5th, 1920. George McCartney was celebrating his 21st birthday with a stroll in Ilfracombe Park when he caught sight of a young girl named Elsie Mackey on one of the park benches. Elsie had been a servant in the McCartney home 5 years before. George wasn't likely to have forgotten her.
Elsie! Elsie Natalie, I say. Imagine meeting you here.
Why, it's Master George. Oh, do excuse me. Calling you that when I ought to say Mr. McCartney now.
Let's just leave it at George, shall we? My, you've changed, Elsie.
Well, it's been 5 years
Since you thrashed me with the back of a clothes brush and called me an ugly little brute.
Oh, no, really, George.
I used to be afraid of you, Elsie. You look so dreadfully muscular. But now you're rather pink and white and, well, you're nice.
Thank you, George. Perhaps that's because I'm taking a holiday before I look round for another job. Tell me, George, what have you been doing?
Well, I left Cambridge, by request, of course. I'm afraid I didn't do well with my schooling. Got nothing out of it at all except the swimming cup. Now I'm touring with a theatrical company, doing a bit of acting for them.
Oh, fancy that. An actor?
Yes, and on my way to a rehearsal this afternoon.
Oh.
I say, could I meet you again sometime, Elsie?
Oh, I'd like that.
Well, how about tomorrow, this time? Perhaps we could go boating.
That would be sporting.
Should I row out further, Elsie?
Oh, no, George. Let's turn back. We must be close to a mile offshore.
Oh, you're not frightened, are you, Elsie? Don't forget I want a swimming cap.
Frightened, whatever of. Matter of fact, you know, I jolly well love to row a bit myself. Let me try it, George. I'll row toward shore.
Well, if you really want to, Elsie. Here, change seats with me. Right. Only be careful.
Wait a moment. Here. Would you take my bracelet? Put it in your pocket for me, George.
Oh, it looks like a valuable bracelet.
Real rubies, they are. I should hate to lose it. Now, here I come.
Have a care, Elsie.
The oar! George, the oar, it's over.
Yes, I know. I can't take it. Don't lean on this side. You're going to tip the boat. Elsie, are you all right? I'm coming. Now don't struggle.
Don't stay away from me.
Here. Turn the badge on your back.
Sail. Let go of me, you ugly little
little brute. You called me that 5 years ago. And you struck me. Brute, am I? Brute, eh? Why, you should have said that, my girl. Oh, you soft, white, mealy little fool.
Don't, dear heaven, don't.
She-devil. Brute, eh? George McCartney hadn't meant to murder Elsie, but she hit him and called him a brute.
as she had when he was 16. And somehow it had all come back to him, the hate and the hurt. So before George knew what he was doing, he collared Elsie by the head from behind and put her under. At the coroner's inquest, George took the risk of implying that he could hardly swim at all, and no one could deny it.
Well, I came up under the upturned bed, and when I got out, I looked around for Elsie. After a bit, I saw her hand come up. I caught hold of one of the oars and splashed up to where I'd seen her, and I got her. I can't remember how I got back to the boat because, well, I'd swallowed a lot of water myself.
Obviously, an unfortunate accident, Mr. McCartney. But I trust, Mr. McCartney, sincerely trust, that you have learned a terrible lesson which will stay with you the rest of your life.
Yes, sir.
One does not stand up in small boats, Mr. McCartney.
George walked away from the coroner's inquest a free man, not a care in the world, not even the burden of a guilty conscience. And a few days later, looking through the coat he had worn the afternoon of the drowning, George discovered...
Well, what's this?
Well, I say...
A bracelet. Elsie's ruby bracelet.
Within a year, George was in financial difficulties. George wasn't very successful as an actor. In fact, after trying numerous other jobs, he discovered he wasn't very successful at anything, with one exception. And George made a career of that exception before he was through.
I committed murder and gotten away with it. What fools murderers are to be caught. Messing around with poison and guns and knives, which always leave clues. But if you have a boating accident which lots of people can witness, it doesn't matter if you do contradict yourself a bit. Expect to be flooded, but unless they can show that you deliberately upset the boat, there's no possibility of their proving anything.
On May 5th, 1923, George McCartney married a pretty little parlour-maid named Violet Blaisdell. And a notable gift from the bridegroom to the bride was the ruby bracelet. On May 9th, he insured her life for £2,000. And, of course, George and Violet made their wills out to each other. And by the middle of August, George was ready to take Violet on their deferred honeymoon.
That dashed alarm clock. I say, Mrs. McCartney, come along, now wake up.
Oh, leave me be, George. This is Sunday.
Yes, Violet, Sunday. Sunday, remember?
Sunday? Oh, Sunday! Oh, now tell me, George. Now you must. Go on. What's the surprise? Tell me.
No. Pack your things, Violet.
I know. We're going to Bognor for a fortnight on our honeymoon.
Bognor. Yes, darling, Bognor. Where we can go boating.
This time, it was murder all the way. Planned, cold, nonchalant murder. Poor Violet never had a chance. And for the benefit of some 200 bathers who had witnessed the accident, George wore his best state of collapse expression. At the inquest, he made a very dejected picture as the local coroner spoke to him.
There's little I can say, Mr. McCartney, other than to point out to you the obvious lesson this most cruel experience teaches. A lesson, Mr. McCartney, I sincerely trust you will always remember. One does not stand up in small boats.
In September of the same year, when the £2,000 had been spent, George became interested in a sharp-witted little cockney named Madge Turnham. And soon he had arranged 1, his marriage to Madge. 2, a £10,000 accident policy on her life. And 3, a vacation at the seaside resort of Paynton. However, Madge had an aversion to both, and George was forced to play his cards carefully.
You know, George, I do believe this is the first time we've been happy together.
Oh, you're precious. I wish we could go boating, Madge. It's such fun.
Oh, George, you know I hate boating, I do. I I should be seasick in no time.
Oh, come now. I have it. You've been after me for a fiver. Well, I'll wager you a fiver you can't stay in the boat with me for an hour. Just one little hour.
A fiver?
Yes, a fiver, old girl. What say? It'll buy you that sporting suit you wanted.
It would. I say, I'll go it. Come along. Oh, wait. Shouldn't I leave me ruby bracelet behind?
Oh, silly. Of course not. It won't be lost. I'll see to that.
The inquest following the accidental drowning of Madge went off without a hitch, and George went free. But neither the coroner nor the local police kept index news clippings of other boating fatalities in other years and in other places. But George didn't know that Scotland Yard kept a voluminous file cross-indexed of such accidents. And George hadn't reckoned on Detective Inspector Martleplug.
First, the town of Ilfracombe, then Bognor. Now it's Painting. All some miles apart, yet all the same way and the same man.
Well, Inspector Martleplug, still studying those stuffy accident files. Whatever do you see in them?
Murder.
Murder? Oh, I say now.
Got it? Look. These 3 reports, identical. 3 women, all servant girls, drowned. All with a man named McCartney.
So, there are hundreds of identical accidents every summer.
2 other women insured.
Husbands insure their wives as a matter of course.
Perhaps. But I think this McCartney bears talking to.
Yes?
Mr. McCartney?
Yes, I'm George McCartney.
Mr. McCartney, I'm Inspector Martleplug of Scotland Yard. May I come in?
Well, I was about to leave. However, Scotland Yard comes first, I'm sure.
I'll come straight to the point, Mr. McCartney. Our records reveal that you have had the singular misfortune of being the sole survivor in 3 drowning incidents.
Oh, dear. I'd rather hope to forget about them.
I shouldn't wonder. Can you shed any light on the coincidence?
Oh, it fairly beats me, Mr. Martleplug, and that's a fact. You'd think that after a thing like that happened once, it just couldn't possibly happen again.
True.
Yes, and it used to haunt me. That's why poor Madge persuaded me to go out again, to overcome my awful horror of water. Oh, still, why talk about it?
That's why I've come. To talk about it, Miss McCartney.
Oh, I see. But I do not care to talk about it, Inspector. It's too painful.
Not nearly so painful as a rope.
I tell you, I cannot discuss it, Inspector. If you don't like that, why don't you arrest me for murder?
Why,
I'll tell you why you don't. Because you've got no evidence. You'll never hang me, Martleplug, because you haven't any evidence, and you can't get it.
Inspector Martleplug set to work to prove George guilty of deliberately drowning 3 women, but he soon discovered that there was no real evidence, just coincidence and suspicion, and that made no case. So Martleplug confined his activities to keeping a check on George's whereabouts. In 1924, George met May Toller outside a servants' registry in Piccadilly and began keeping steady company. And inevitably...
Oh, May, darling, why not chuck it all and marry me?
Well, I'm not sure, George, that I should leave my parents and chuck my job. You tell me you've got money, but...
But I've no employment. What matter? I have enough to care for you, May, and your parents. And I have a surprise for you tonight.
A surprise, George?
Yes. Something I've kept all these years for just such a girl as you, May. Here.
By gum, what a beauty. I've always loved bracelets. And, George, it's rubies. Where did you get it?
It belonged to my mother.
So they were married, and George took out a £10,000 accident policy on May and set up their new quarters in Theobald Road. There, before very long, Inspector Martleplug arrived one day to let the new Mrs. McCartney in on a deadly secret.
Oh, sorry to trouble you, sir. I want to see the McCartneys. I understand they have rooms here.
Why, I saw Mr. and Mrs. McCartney leave early this morning.
Oh, do you happen to know where they went?
Why, yes. Mrs. McCartney was that excited she told everyone. They've gone boating at Grand's End.
Boating? Boating? Quickly, how do I get to Grand's End?
Inspector Martleplug arrived at the bathing beach in time to see a crowd gathering as the beach keepers ran up on shore carrying the limp form of a young woman.
I saw it all. He did his best, he did.
And still alive, they're trying to save her.
Her husband there, poor man, look, he's weak.
Oh, let me through. What happened?
I think the woman very nearly drowned, sir.
Nearly drowned? You mean she's still alive?
Oh, yes, they're pumping the water out of her now.
Let me in there. Hurry up. Let me through. Let me through with him. Mrs. McCartney. Mrs. McCartney, can you hear me? Now tell me, nod your head. Were you held under?
Here, how dare you question my wife?
Be quiet, you. Mrs. McCartney, did he hold you under?
Too late, Inspector. She's gone.
Yes, too late, McCartney. But you had a few bad moments.
Oh, how can you say such a thing? Poor May. Oh, my poor, dearest, darling May.
The inquest for May Toller McCartney proceeded as usual until it came time for the coroner's closing speech. Then George got the shock of his life when Inspector Martleplug took the floor.
Just a few routine questions, Miss McCartney. Was your wife insured?
Oh, yes. I believe she had taken an accident policy for £10,000.
And did your former wife, Madge Turner, meet with a similar accident at Paynton?
Yes.
And did you not collect a £10,000 policy in her name?
Yes, I
And did you not have two other similar accidents prior to that? One with Elsie Natley at Ilfracombe, and one with your first wife, Violet Lacewell at Bognor.
I won't answer that.
No matter, we know you did. And I was summoned for your arrest for the murder of your wife. Anything you say from this moment on may be held against you.
But George had enough money to hire one of England's most promising young lawyers, Ernest Quilter. Quilter had no use for his client, but he made a brilliant case against the Crown.
In this case, there's no assumption of guilt whatever. There is only the overwhelming assumption of an accident.
My lord!
The Crown barrister has something to say?
Yes, my lord. The deceased was drowned, admittedly, within a dozen or so yards of the upturned boat. Is it to be believed that the prisoner, who was a very able swimmer, having won a cup for swimming at Cambridge, is it possible that he was unable to effect her rescue, as he stated?
I object, my lord. It is no part of my case to deny that my client could have saved his wife from drowning had he wished to do so. My learned friend has forgotten more law than I ever knew, so he will not object to my reminding him of the principle enshrined in the doggerel, "Thou shalt not kill, but needs not strive officiously to keep alive." Now, I admit that George McCartney did not strive to keep his wife alive. I'm not here to defend his moral character nor his conscience. I'm still waiting for my friend to show that any action of McCartney's betrays evidence of felonious intent.
At the judge's direction, the jury found George not guilty. There the case ended, with no one in England doubting George's guilt, and no one able to do anything to him. And then one day, a certain Mrs. Hastafan, just returned to England from Canada, telephoned the local police to report
A burglary, yes. That's right. They've taken not only all our silver, but my jewels as well. A lion crouching. That's right. It's our family crest. Yes, and it's stamped on every piece. What's that? Yes, the crest is on both the silver and the jewelry.
And a few days later at Scotland Yard...
Inspector Martleplug,
Yes? What is it, Morton? I have a pawnbroker outside who has recovered a stolen ruby bracelet. The bracelet bears the High Stephen crest. Stolen jewelry? Are they in my department, Morton? But wait. The pawnbroker says the bracelet was pawned by George McCartney.
And that same afternoon...
That's why we called you, Mrs. Hightstephen. We want to get this thing straightened out.
I'm so sorry you've had this trouble with the bracelet, Inspector Martleplug, but it's not one of the stolen pieces. I gave it away as a present when I was in England 6 years ago. I'm very sorry she had to pawn it.
Huh? Who had to pawn it, Mrs. Hightstephen?
The girl I gave it to, she was one of my maids, and I gave it to her because she saved my life. Her name was Elsie Natley.
The court is in session. We are ready to hear the Crown's counsel.
My lord, we wish to introduce proof that George McCartney is guilty of murder. Mrs. Hightstephen, will you take the stand, please?
Mrs. Hightstephen, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, I help you, God.
I do.
Take the stand, please.
My lord, the defendant claims that none of the 4 girls who went boating with him could swim. These are his sworn statements. Now, Mrs. Hightstephen, is this the bracelet you gave your maid, Elsie Natley, 6 years ago?
Yes.
Mrs. Hightstephen, why did you give Elsie this ruby bracelet?
Because she saved my life.
Mrs. Hightstephen, how did Elsie save your life?
It was at our summer home. I was in bathing and had been caught by a strong current. Elsie heard me cry for help from the house some 200 yards off, and she swam to my rescue, outstripping other would-be rescuers who were much closer to me. She was a magnificent swimmer.
Elsie Natley, my lord, was a magnificent swimmer. She drowned because she was held underwater by that foolish little fiend. This George McCartney, who thought that public murder was foolproof.
On June 6, 1925, just 5 years to the day after he started on his career of crime, George McCartney was hanged for the murder of Elsie Natley.
George McCartney, murderer. You see, George McCartney didn't save money, and to his twisted mind, the only means to a fortune was death by drowning. Oh, but a wise man doesn't get himself into that kind of a spot. He skims the cream off of his pay and stashes it away in soldiers' deposits at the office of his CO. See how simple it is? You don't have to marry for a while. Just save your money. Oh, yes, and don't murder anyone, please. Now, about our next production in a mystery playhouse. It's one of those great stories by Craig Rice concerning the adventures of John G. Malone, the lawyer who conducts the major proportion of his criminal investigations at Joe the Angel's bar. Let's visit the green room where the actors are preparing a scene for our next attraction. Follow me? Come.
John J. Malone. Never lost a client. Just around the corner here. Hey, wait a minute. I got it. Got what? The words. Some of them, anyhow. When they hanged him in the morning, his last words were for you. Then the sheriff took his shiny knife and cut that old rope through. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I never heard that song before. This is Palmer's cell right here. Hey, Palmer, you're Lloyd. Holy mackerel. Malone, look. Palmer's hung himself.
What? With me for a lawyer? Oh, my Lord.
Still alive.
Well, get the door open. Come on, hurry it up, will you?
All right.
Hurry. All right, now, cut him down. Cut him down quick. Look, he's still breathing.
Palmer must have been out of his mind. What, do you want to go and hang himself with a new trial coming up and everything? Easy. Next.
Okay, let him down. That's it.
All right.
That's about it. Put him on the bunk there.
Okay.
Palmer, this is Malone. What happened, kid?
Trying to say something.
Palmer, it's Malone.
Wouldn't break.
Yeah, go on. What wouldn't break?
Wouldn't break.
Palmer.
Well, he's gone. Dead. Hangs himself in the death house. Just when maybe he's going to be set free. Oh, but was it suicide? It seemed very strange that a man who was going to inherit $2 million would hang himself, especially when he was to be freed from the death house the next day. Helping himself freely to the contents of a bottle at Joe the Angel's bar, John G. Malone considers the problem. His conclusions are startling, and his hangover is terrific because John G. Malone mixes his rye with gin. Who said this wasn't a horror program? Until next time, then, this is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment, production The Ghost Breaker.
George Marshall, star Bob Hope.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy of terrors, The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope in his original role, and introducing the director of the film, George Marshall. Our guest screen director tonight might be said to have some small knowledge of motion pictures. He's been an extra, stunt man, prop boy, actor, film editor, cameraman, and assistant director. And 34 years ago, he launched his brilliant career as a director of some 385 films. We proudly present the president of the Screen Directors Guild and the director of such fine entertainment as Taproots, The Perils of Pauline, Destry Rides Again, and tonight's story, The Ghost Breakers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Marshall.
Thank you very much. When we made The Ghost Breakers, the set bore a pretty close resemblance to a case of galloping nightmares. Included in our chamber of horrors were such things as ghosts, bats, zombies, witches, and Bob Hope. Which you can imagine is probably one of the screwiest parlays on record. And here's the result. On the air for the first time, The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope as Larry Lawrence and Shirley Mitchell as Mary Carter.
If ever a name struck terror into the heart of the underworld, it's the name of Larry Lawrence, intrepid radio reporter and crime buster. Yet only his closest friends know that behind his simple, vacant, foolish smile hides the real Larry Lawrence, simple, vacant, and foolish. We find him now in his office preparing a last thrill-loaded broadcast before leaving on his vacation.
Oh, so you clam up on Larry Lawrence, huh? Come on, open up. Open up, I say, or I'll drill a hole clear through you. Okay, you asked for it. Take this. And this. And this.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, I can't get this window open.
Here, let me try.
It's no use, Miss Coles. It's stuck. I'm a strong man, but...
There you are.
Miss Coles, I thought I warned you about weightlifting on office hours.
There's a Miss Mary Carter to see you, Mr. Lawrence.
Miss Carter? Is she a redhead, or are you wasting my time? You know, I'm due on the air in 15 minutes, and I'm waiting for Raspy Kelly.
Well, she says it's very important, Mr. Lawrence. And she's a blonde.
Oh, then put her in category 7B. I'll see her when I get back from my vacation. And tell her to leave her telephone number and waist measurement.
Mr. Lawrence, please. Please, I'm Mary Carter.
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm working on my secret invention.
A real invention?
Yep, it's a bottle preparation for women who want to get their face lifted.
How does it work?
I mix nitroglycerin with cold cream. That just goes to show how tough a woman has to be when she deals with Larry Lawrence.
Oh, then you're really Larry Lawrence, the brave, strong, dashing Larry Lawrence I've always heard about.
Well, what are you waiting for, Miss Coles? Go somewhere and flex your muscles. And tell me when Raspy Kelly comes in.
Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, I need your help.
Ah, yes, don't you all. Poor girl. But I'm dated up for the next month, perhaps someday in May around apple blossom time.
You don't understand. Mr. Lawrence, you're famous as a crime breaker and gang breaker.
And there was that wonderful week in Duluth when I was a home breaker.
Now I want to purchase your services. I want you to become a ghost breaker.
Ghost breaker? I'm sorry, but the only spirits I mess around with come equipped with olives, not shrouds.
I'm serious, Mr. Lawrence. I've inherited an island off the coast of Cuba, Black Island, and there's a castle on it called Castillo Maldito.
Oh, sure, I've heard of that. Isn't that where Cugat raises little maracas? Now, Miss Carter, you're not going to tell me that castle is haunted.
Well, this afternoon, the deed was turned over to me by a Senor Parada. He told me that no one who ever eats dinner in the castle ever lives until breakfast.
You mean there's no post-toasties because of the ghosties?
ghost. Senor Parada says it's the ghost of Don Santiago, my great-great-grandfather. That's why I'm afraid, Mr. Lawrence. Now, if you'll come with me to Castillo Maldito, I'll see that your time is well paid for.
Yeah, but why let a few ghost rumors frighten you? After all, what's a ghost? Just a Ku Klux that's lost his clan. What do you need me for?
Here, I received this card in the mail today.
Let's see. Death waits for you at Black Island. Well, here's your card, Miss Carter. Thank you and good night.
You mean you're afraid? You, Larry Lawrence?
Afraid? Me? Listen, I'm one of the bravest gumshoes in the business.
Well, you're acting like a child.
Okay, so I'm one of the bravest bubblegum shoes in the business. It's just that I don't like spirits that send fan mail, and besides, tomorrow I'll be in the mountains, so take your ghost postage to somebody else. Ah, that mountain there, that's the life. You go to the window at 6 o'clock in the morning, open it, climb in, and go to bed.
Mr. Kelly is here, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, fine, I'll see him right away. Miss Carter, if you want an expert in things that go boo-boo-boo, I've got a friend named Crosby. Why don't you see him?
No one else will do, Mr. Lawrence. I'm sailing for Cuba tonight on the Rexitania. If you change your mind, I'll be waiting for you in my stateroom.
Hiya, Larry. What do you say?
Well, hello, Raspy. Say, you sound better. Did you get the frog in your throat a fresh lily pad?
I got another Frenchy Duval story for you. It's a killer. Oh.
Yeah, and so is Frenchy Duval. Say, does he know you're giving me these stories?
Sure, he loves it. Good publicity.
I know. I plug him or he plugs me. What have you got?
Frenchy has himself a new racket. Here's how it works.
And now, folks, here's a last-minute scoop. Frenchy Duval has a nice new racket, Baby Laundries. You know the kind I mean, with a slogan. This is the little one's laundromat. Frenchy discovered that there were about 2,000 of them in the state all making money. Without even telling his closest pals, he moved in and three-cornered the market. And so today, Frenchy is really cleaning up the hard way. This is Larry Lawrence saying good night.
Larry Lawrence will return to the air 2 weeks from tonight with more lowdown on the underworld. Now, a word about Cronin's coffee.
Well, that's that. One more week on the air without a rest, and I'd begin to look like Bob Hope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, hello, Miss Cole. Did you hear the broadcast? Wasn't I great? Wasn't I terrific?
Frenchy Duval is on the phone.
Wasn't I just leaving? Wonder if he's sore. Courage, Camille. Hello, Frenchy. What's new?
Got a tip for you, Larry boy.
Shoot. I had to open my big mouth. What was that?
That was Raspy Kelly saying goodbye.
Raspy Kelly? But you're not mad at me, are you, Frenchy?
Oh, no. I told you I got a tip for you. Here, get this. A Satan radio reporter was found in a ditch riddled with bullets.
Yeah? When did it happen?
Probably tomorrow.
Wow, that's what I call hot news. Tell me, hey, Frenchy. Oh, not me, not little old Larry.
I'm going to put somebody on the spot, boy.
Miss Coles, hand me that bottle of spot remover.
Hey, Lawrence, I'm taking care of you myself. Personally.
Oh, Frenchy boy, speak to me. Hello, Mort. Come to think of it, hello, Mortician. Why did I bother paying this year's income tax?
Where are you going?
Cuba. Miss Coles, when it comes to ghosts, I'd rather see one than be one.
Larry, I'm so glad you decided to come.
Some stateroom you got on the ship. You ought to see mine. It's so far down I can use the propeller to whip up my shaving cream. Say, did you see President Truman in swimming when we passed Key West?
No, which one was he?
The one in evening clothes.
Yes?
Radiogram for you, miss. And there's one for Mr. Lawrence, too.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Well, who'd know I was aboard?
Oh, here's your telegram.
Well, isn't that nice? Mine must be from the Cuban Chamber of Commerce.
What does it say?
See Cuba and die. Hey, wait a minute. It's signed Frenchy Duval. Stop the ship. Man overboard. Stop the ship. Guzzle the mainsail. Box the cup.
Larry, please.
What?
Larry, look at my telegram.
What are you excited about? It just says, an empty coffin waits on Black Island. Gee, does Pierce Brothers know about this? You think we should make the one friendly call that covers all?
Larry, I'm scared.
And it's signed, Senor Mertus.
Muerte. In Spanish, that means death.
I know his brother, Rigor Mortis. You poor kid, you really are in trouble, aren't you?
I'd be in a lot more trouble without you to help me.
Yeah, I'm brave. Two-gun Larry Lawrence. When I find out who's threatening you, I'll break him in two and use half in the castle and half in the bathroom. Sure, that's me. Courage on the loose. Only it isn't so.
What do you mean, Larry?
I'm running away from myself, from some gangsters in New York.
Oh, I didn't know.
Look, Mary, we're both in trouble. Let's play it together, huh? You stick by me, and I'll stick by me, too. Seriously, Mary, You know, you're beautiful.
I'm frightened.
Hello?
Hello? This is Senor Parada.
Mary, it's Parada, the guy you were telling me about.
Who is this speaking?
Never mind about me. What's the idea of scaring Miss Carter with all that ghost stuff?
Ghost? I'm sorry, but I must have the wrong stateroom.
Hello, Senor Parada.
Parada? That's strange. I wonder why he's on board.
Yes?
Oh, I noticed Miss Carter's name on the passenger list. Is she here?
Why, yes, I'm Miss Carter. Who are you? Why, you're...
That's right, Jeff Montgomery. May I come in?
Oh, please do.
We met at the store club a few weeks ago.
Yes, of course. Mr. Montgomery, this is Mr. Lawrence.
You traveling to Cuba, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, my home's in Havana.
Oh, we're going to Havana, too. And then on to Castillo Maldito on Black Island.
Say, I'd heard that jinx was wished off on... Not you.
Yeah, we won 2 glorious weeks there on Ladies Be Seated.
Miss Carter, that place is evil. There's the legends about the ghosts, and there's said to be a zombie on the island, the son of the native woman who looks after the place.
Zombie?
Yes. Some voodoo priests seem to have the power to bring the dead back to life. You see them once in a while walking around with despondent, hopeless, staring eyes.
You mean like Republicans?
Please be careful, Miss Carter. If you insist on going to Black Island, be sure you go well protected.
Well, what do I look like, an egg beater? There's nothing on that island but ghosts, evil spirits, and zombies. Ghosts, evil spirits, and zombies. When's the next boat back to New York?
But what about Frenchie Duval?
Him? He's just trying to kill me, that's all. Between Black Island and Frenchie Duval, I'll take...
Yes, Larry.
I'll take...
Darling.
Black Island, here I come.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope with Shirley Mitchell, and introducing the director of the film, George Marshall. Black Island, its silhouette broken by the menacing outline of Castillo Maldito against the night sky. And approaching the island, a small rowboat carrying Larry Lawrence and Mary Carter.
Boy, no wonder the native boatmen won't come here at night. Look at the place. What a ruin. Looks like CBS pulled a raid on it.
Just a few more strokes, Larry. We're almost there.
I've been hauling on these oars so long that my blisters are forming pyramid clubs.
Here's the dock.
Here. Let me help you out.
Oh, thank you.
There. Lafayette, we are here. I think Lafayette's here, too.
It's probably the old woman caretaker that Jeff told us about. She may be just trying to scare us.
She's wasting her time. We're scared already. Uh-oh. There she is, Mother Zombie.
The moon has risen. My son is walking. The zombie walks.
Taxi strike, huh?
Go away. Go away or zombie get you. What do you want?
Could we interest you in a subscription to Weird Stories magazine?
This is my island now. I've inherited the Castle Maldito.
No, my island.
Sounds like John Monroe's mother. Gee, great night for a murder.
Who told you?
Oh, I just... Huh? I thought I was going to get the laugh, you know?
You look for other men?
What?
One man come in big plane. Other men come in boats. 2 boats.
Tell me, does the Greyhound bus make a rest stop here?
You go. I get zombie.
Give my regards to Boris Karloff. Come on, let's get into the castle. Hand me the flashlight, Mary. There.
Oh, golly, what a place. I wonder who lived here last.
Must have been Jolson. The front porch is down on his knees.
Larry, look over there. Turn your flashlight to the left.
A suitcase.
It's almost new. One of the people who came to the island must have left it here.
Let's see the initials. FD.
Frenchie Duval.
Frenchie, come on, let's get out of here.
Lawrence, stop, I'll shoot.
There he is.
Put out the light.
Okay, here, behind this post.
Thought you'd get away from Frenchie Duval, did you? Where are you, Lawrence? Come out.
I'm not here, I'm over there. Let's go. Here, in this room. Well, now we know who one of our guests was. What about the other two, huh?
Yes.
I don't know, but I think I could spit and hit one of them.
Oh, it's just the wind.
If it is, it's the first time I ever heard a breeze with adenoids.
You strangers, I kill strangers.
Oh, Larry, it's the zombie. It's the living dead. I never saw anything like it.
You never played Philadelphia.
Strangers, die.
Hey, strangers, that's us.
Zombie, kill.
Sorry, but I gotta see your union card.
Oh, Larry, you stunned him with your flashlight.
Help me drag him into the closet.
Okay. And you told me you were a coward.
Yeah, what do you know? I'm brave. Hey, Zom. Everything okay?
Te voy a matar, canalla, sinvergüenza.
What did he say?
He said with men who know their castles best, it's zombies, 2-1. Come on, let's see what else is going on in Nightmare Alley. If this is a short interlude of organ music, let's switch to another station.
Come on, Larry. Let's find out who's playing that organ. The organ. There it is.
Yeah, and those things around it are either coffins or boxes of king-size Cuban cigars. Nobody here now. Wonder who was playing it.
By itself. I don't like it.
Petrillo won't like it either. Maybe somebody put a nickel in it.
There's no one there.
Why, that's ridiculous. Only a ghost could do that, and there's no such thing. If there really are ghosts, I'd lose my mind. I'd end up in the snake pit. Move over, Olivia. Hey, do you see what I see?
On the organ bench. It's coming out of thin air.
Too many reducing tablets.
Larry, it's a ghost.
Man, marching man, find the key and marching man.
Maybe they're drafting again. What's he talking about?
I don't know. Ask him.
You ask him. I feel too ghastly to be ghostly.
Marching men. The key is marching men.
Look, it's getting up.
And floating toward that empty coffin.
It's getting in.
Gee, that ghost gave some performance.
Yeah? Well, wait till you see me in Hamlet.
Come on. I'm going to find out what's really in that box.
Look, on the side, there's a plate. Why, it's the coffin of Don Santiago, my ancestor who built the castle.
Let's get the lid up.
Larry, there's nothing but a skeleton.
Yeah, old man Mose sure is dead.
Larry, I think he was trying to tell me something. Something about the marching men. He wants me to look for something.
Look, if he forgot anything when he left, there's no sense looking for it now. Let's go. Don't forget that Frenchie Duval is looking for us, and there's two other characters around somewhere.
Larry, turn your flashlight over there, above the organ. Isn't that an inscription?
Can you make it out?
I think, yes, let me see. God's treasures in abundance lie, something heavenly key before they die.
There's more to this than meets the eye.
The ghost, it said something about a key, Larry.
How can we look for a key? We haven't even got a keyhole.
Well, keys could mean music.
Look, let's keep moving around. If we stay in one spot, we're dead. Dead. I wonder who thought up that expression.
The marching men must have something to do with it.
We'll ask them on the 4th of July. Come on.
Larry, there, on the wall. Aren't those marching men?
Those little figures carved into the stone?
Now, if I draw a horizontal line through this marching man, and one parallel to it through this one, and another one, and two more...
This is a fine time to start playing tic-tac-toe.
No, don't you see? It becomes a bar of music. That's what the ghost was trying to tell us. The key is a chord on this organ.
Mary, keep playing. Look, down Santiago's coffin. It's shifting off its base, and I don't feel so good myself. Keep playing. Higher, higher. That's enough. Look.
It's a secret opening.
Yeah.
With a flight of stairs.
There's nothing down there but some dusty old dungeons. Let Jack Benny keep his money. Come on.
Larry, you go first.
Okay. But remember, I'm leadoff man on the way back. Say, there's a lantern down here.
Yes, and railroad tracks, like in a mine.
Yeah, railroad tracks. It reminds me of my hotel room in Scranton. Come on, keep going.
Look out, you'll trip over that rail. Oh, did you hurt yourself? What did you land on?
This is a comedy. What do you think? Mary, look at this.
What is it?
I've seen this stuff before. Silver ore, the real thing. Mary, you're rich.
Congratulations, Miss Carter.
Senor Parada.
So you're Parada. What's the gun for?
You can't get away with it. I'll shoot.
Now listen, Parada.
No, not you. Behind you. Look out!
Larry, it's Jeff. Jeff Montgomery.
Yes, it's Jeff. It's too bad I had to wound you, Parada, but you'll soon be put out of your misery.
Miss Carter, I came here to warn you. He's mad. Insane.
Against the wall, all three of you. I warned you, Mary, but you chose to ignore my messages.
What's this all about?
About a vein of silver as wide as the island. I discovered it, and it's mine. You hear? This mine is mine, and what's mine stays mine.
Thank you, Gertrude Stein. Okay, so it's yours, but let Mary go.
No! Nobody's going to carry any tales out of here.
All right, come on out of there and get you bottled up. Come on.
Who's that?
Frenchie Duval. It's the police. They've got you trapped, Montgomery.
They'll never get me. Not now. This is mine. They'll have to shoot it out.
You tell them, kid.
Get through. Finish.
Never! Never!
Larry, they've killed each other. Frenchie and Jeff.
I'll match you to see who faints first.
Oh, Larry.
Move over. Stop hogging the floor.
Well, we're on our way, Larry.
And a fond farewell to Cuba. We'll leave your castle to Mother Zombie and her bouncing baby boy.
Yes. And with Parada taking care of the mine, we'll never have to come back. And now that I'm rich, I'm going to back you in a television show.
Yeah, after all those ghosts, it'd be nice to try out a new medium.
Oh, what in the world will we do with $100 million?
What, honey?
What will we do with $100 million?
Well, we can always open another hotel in Texas. Get Dorothy Lamour to broadcast.
Larry, I still don't understand about the ghost. It must have been real.
No, honey, it was just one of Montgomery's tricks. There's no such things as ghosts. Why didn't we have her sit in the audience?
Next week, the NBC Theater brings you a motion picture romance set against the background of memorable music. The story is Music for Millions, and our star will be June Allison. And now here again is tonight's star, Bob Hope, and screen director George Marshall.
Tell me, Georgie boy, you used to be a fast man with a set of golf clubs. Do you still linger on the links?
Sorry, Bob, I don't have time to give lessons. Why don't you buy a good book on the game?
Buy one? I wrote one last week in my life's blood on the 6th hole at Palm Springs. There I was, see, George, a 4-iron shot from the green. I was standing like
You're
this.
standing wrong.
Get this, kid, always a director. I'm standing wrong. Who taught you how to play golf, Bobby Jones?
That's right, he did. Who taught you?
Some little Scotch caddy called Crosby. But I don't play with him anymore.
Why not?
Why not? Would you play with a fellow who puts grease on your putter, cheats on his scorecard by making his nines upside down, builds a furrow on the green with an electric shaver so that the ball has to roll into the cup?
Oh, no.
Well, neither will he.
Good night, Bob. Thanks a lot. Good night, folks.
Good night, Bob Hope and George Marshall. The Ghostbreakers was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Bob Hope will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones with Lucille Ball and Mary Jane Saunders. George Marshall's next Paramount release will be My Friend Irma, starring John Lund, Marie Wilson, and Diana Lynn, and NBC's own Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Included in tonight's cast were Shirley Mitchell, Donald Morrison, Sheldon Leonard, Jack Edwards, June Foray, Ken Christie, Betty Moran, and Dan Riss. The Ghostbreakers was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Music for Millions, Director Henry Coster, Star June Allison.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The holder of the world's professional tennis championship plays a dazzling game of tennis. And he handles a razor as smoothly as he does a tennis racket. Bobby Riggs is a brush and lather shaver. He writes me that Colgate Lather Shaving Cream helps give him that smoothness in shaving. Here's his letter.
Want to know why I'm sold on Colgate Lather Shaving Cream, Bill? Because every shave with Colgate Lather is sweet and smooth and clean as a whistle. That light, fine-textured shave cream makes wonderful whisker-wetting lather. It gets down in the stubble, softens the whiskers fast, makes shaving a breeze. Yes, sir, Colgate Lather Shaving Cream sure covers the court from baseline to net, with speed, smoothness, and real shaving comfort. In my opinion, Colgate Lather is tops.
Thanks, Bobby Riggs. Your experience should get other brush and leather fans to try Colgate Lather shaving cream. That's all we ask, fellas. Just try it. Notice the rich, moist lather that the light, fine-textured shave cream makes. How thoroughly Colgate Lather softens your whiskers. When you use Colgate Lather shaving cream, you'll find your razor doesn't pull or scrape. Instead, it cuts through clean and smooth, and it leaves your face truly comfortable. Please, get some Colgate Lather shaving cream tomorrow. It's the lather shave of champions.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man, yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. And I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. A diamond as big as a hen's egg. Change that to a duck's egg. And I held it right here in my hand. Not that I had any idea of keeping it, you understand. I was merely recovering it to return it to its rightful owner. Do I hear hollow laughter? All right. You don't have to take my word for it. Ask Scotland Yard. Get them to show you the files. What do you think I am? A crook?
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in The Bohemian Star.
London, 1938. One of those quaint old English pubs, you know, with cubicles around the walls. Seated together, a boy and a girl. Not hard to look at either, the girl. Peaches and cream, that wonderful English type. In the next cubicle, a handsome, distinguished-looking American, Harry Lime. Me. Not eavesdropping, of course, just interested. In a casual sort of way.
You mean to say you have to work?
Yes.
But you promised to take me to the picture.
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't know this was going to turn up.
Look, Terry, if it's just that you're broke as usual and can't afford a cinema, let's walk in Hyde Park or feed the pigeons in Trafalgar Square or something. There's no need to spoil our evening altogether.
No, it's not that, Pat. Honestly, I have got a job. The news editor wished it on me just as I was leaving.
What do you have to do?
It's an interview. Some South American Johnny called Senor Alvarez. I've got an appointment with him at the Hotel Splendid at 8:30.
What is it you have to see him about?
Well, ever heard of Bocanovia?
One of those little Balkan states.
That's right. Well, 3 years ago, there was a revolution, and the monarchy was deposed, and what's ironically known as a People's Republic took its place. On the last plane out, some of the royal family escaped to London with the crown jewels, and they've been here in the safe deposit ever since.
What, the royal family?
Oh, fathead, no, the jewels. Incidentally, the pièce de résistance, as they say, is the Bohemian Star.
Oh, I thought that was an opera.
Look, the Bohemian Star is the centerpiece of the scepter. A huge single diamond, almost as big as the Cullinan.
Makes my engagement ring look a bit silly, doesn't it? I always had a suspicion you were getting me on the cheap.
Well, I like cheap. Why, that cost me a week's salary at Hatton Garden.
Well, you better demand an increase at once, darling. Anyway, what is Senor What's-His-Name fitting to all this?
Senor Alvarez is the leading jeweler of Buenos Aires. It seems the National Museum of the Argentine wants a replica of the Bocanovian crown jewels for an exhibition of some sort. So the senor's been sent to take photographs, sketches, measurements and so on. When he gets home, he'll reproduce the whole collection in paste.
Well, it sounds awfully dull to me. And for that, I have to miss Don Amici.
Well, who cares about him? I have to miss Betty Grable.
There's no justice in the world. Can't you get out of it somehow?
No, I'm sorry, darling. Not a chance.
I've always had an interest in jewels, purely academic, of course, particularly diamonds, particularly big diamonds. My night was free, I was feeling in a benevolent mood, so I did what anyone might have done. Hey, excuse me. I hope you'll forgive my rudeness, but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. I thought maybe I could help you out if you'd let me.
Oh?
Perhaps I'd better introduce myself first. My name's Paul Atkinson.
Paul Atkinson? Not the Paul Atkinson of American Associated Press.
Well, I do an occasional stint for the AAP.
Oh, gosh, I read your articles every week. I'm Terry Freeman of the Clarion.
Glad to know you, Terry.
This is my fiancée, Miss Pat Weston.
Hello, Pat.
How do you do?
Look, won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks. This interview you have to do is sort of spoiling your evening together. I understand.
Oh, just one of those things,
There's nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid.
When do you have to turn your copy in?
10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
10? I'll do better than that. I'll deliver it personally to you at 9 on the dot. Guaranteed.
Oh, I don't follow.
Well, you two kids go off to your movie. I'll interview this guy, Alvarez, and write your story for you.
Yes, but...
Why should you do a thing like that?
Well, why not? I haven't any girlfriends to take out. Pretty poor newspaper man who won't help a colleague when the chance turns up.
Oh, it's kind of you, but I couldn't dream of imposing on you like that, Mr. Atkinson.
Well, for the record, my friends call me Paul.
Oh.
I assure you it's no imposition. Of course, if you're scared, I won't turn in a story up to standard.
Oh, gosh, look, it's not that. Why, you couldn't write a bad story if you tried, but... Look, what would my editor say if he found out?
Who was going to tell him? You, or me, or Pat here? Of course, there's another way out.
Oh, what's that?
You go off to your interview, and I'll take Pat to the movies.
Thanks. I wouldn't trust even a newspaper man as far as that.
Okay, then. The Splendide, then. 8:30?
Yes? Look, all the
forget
same,
it, Terry, old man. I'm not doing you a good turn. You're doing one for me. On the dot of 8:30, I pressed the bell to Suite C, 3rd floor, Hotel Splendide. I hadn't figured out any plan of campaign, you understand. This was just a sort of preliminary survey. Smooth South American type introduced himself as Alvarez and invited me in. We drank each other's health, and then we settled down to business.
I am not very accustomed to be interviewed, Senor Freeman. What is the procedure?
Oh, it's easy. I ask the questions, and you answer them.
I will do my best.
Well, now, your job is to work out the precise measurements, as I understand it, of the jewels and their settings, so you can make exact replicas for the museum. Is that right?
Partly. But you understand it is much more than a matter of mere measurement.
Oh, yes, I guess it must be.
There is the color of the various jewels, for instance, and some of the settings are of extremely intricate filigree.
Tell me, senor, how did you fix it to gain access to the jewels?
It was necessary for me to make formal application to the Bocovinian Royal Court in Exile.
And you found them cooperative?
Well, naturally, one does not expect these favors for nothing.
Oh, yes.
There will be a certain, how shall I put it, financial adjustment.
Yes, I see. Well, how long do you figure the job will take you?
I hope to complete it in a month.
How long have you been on it now?
Just a week.
What's the routine?
The routine?
Well, I dare say there's an armed guard and so on.
Oh, but of course, that is inevitable. The Bohemian Star alone is worth £500,000.
Yes, that's $2 million. Who provides this guard?
The insurance company. There is a room at the safe deposit. And each morning, the item I require is taken in there, and I work on it.
Under observation?
Yes. There are 2 detectives who never take their eyes off me or my secretary.
So you have a secretary, too?
Yes, Manuel Ariza. He should be here soon, so perhaps you will meet him.
That's fine. Now, tell me, senor, could it be arranged for me to come along one day and watch you actually at work?
I cannot say as to that.
Make a much better story, you know.
Perhaps so. But it would be a matter for the Bocovinian authorities.
Okay. I'll put in an application tomorrow. Will you support it?
Naturally.
Fine, that's settled then. And now I guess...
that must be my secretary now. I am in here, Manuel.
Good, everything is fixed, Pedro. That very obliging gentleman, Senor Meyerson, has finished the paste copy of the Bohemian Star, and I have it with me now. Regard it, my friend, is it not perfect?
Manuel.
Tomorrow, when the right moment comes, I will distract the attention of the detectives, and you will remove the real jewel and slip this one in its place.
Manuel, we have company.
You fool, to talk like that. But how would I like to know? Who is this man? One of Meyerson's?
This is a gentleman named Freeman, a reporter from the Evening Clarion.
A reporter?
Well, thanks very much for the interview, senor. Now, if you don't mind, I think
What is your hurry?
Well, I have to go on back to the office.
You can wait a little while. Let me pour you a drink.
Oh, no, thanks very much, old man.
I think
Sorry, I can't stay.
I think you'd better, senor. This gun is loaded.
Well, what's the big idea?
You do not think we could let you go after what you heard, eh?
Well, now, wait a minute. I'm not the sort of guy who goes around shooting off his mouth. I can keep quiet.
It is my intention to see you do keep quiet.
Oh, it is?
There are ways.
Well, how?
Such as we could kill you.
Yes. I suppose you could, but you won't.
What makes you so sure?
Well, these walls aren't very soundproof. The shot would be heard.
I have a knife.
Okay, you could kill me with your little knife. Then what?
How do you mean?
Having an odd body lying about the place might prove to be a little embarrassing, don't you think? You could never conceal one in here. You couldn't risk getting it out without being caught.
There would be certain difficulties, I admit.
So it looks as though you'll have to trust me after all. Doesn't it? Good night, gentlemen.
One moment, senor. There are other ways.
Oh? What, for instance?
Well, this.
What?
Manuel, I have told you before, I detest violence.
That should keep him quiet for a little while. You know, I've been thinking, why should a reporter on an English newspaper be an American?
I dare say it does happen.
Yes, perhaps so, but you must admit it is unusual.
What are you looking for in his pockets?
Papers. A letter. There, what did I tell you? It is addressed to Harry Lime.
Harry Lime?
What, you know the
But
name?
of course. So does every police department in the world.
You mean?
I mean that compared with him, we are amateurs.
So that's it,
We must do something, Manuel.
I know. I will drive the car to the back entrance, and we will take him down the back stairs.
Like he is now?
Why not?
We will be seen.
We will say he's drunk. Then we'll drive him into the country and dispose of him. As he himself would say, take him for a ride.
Don't be foolish. There will be no killing.
But surely...
We are jewel thieves, not murderers. A man like Lime would have powerful friends who would stop at nothing to get even with us. Besides, this is England.
What is that to do with it?
There is an institution here known as Scotland Yard. Extremely efficient, I'd understand. I have no wish to die with a rope around my neck, even if you have.
Very well. You make a better suggestion.
All right. We steal the Bohemian Star tomorrow, right?
Right.
Tomorrow evening we catch a plane, and next morning we are in New York, where we have many good friends who will look after us, right?
Right.
And then it is quite simple. All we have to do is to keep our friends here quiet for a day and a half. And after that it will not matter how much he talks.
Yes, and how are we going to do that?
That is up to Senor Meyerson. He must find us a quiet place somewhere, and a reliable man to see that Senor Lime does not escape till we are clear. I will telephone him now.
You are waking up, senor. Eh? We are going to take a little journey soon, but I do not think it wise you should appear in public like this. Do you? That's better. Pleasant dreams, senor.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with The Bohemian Star.
It was early morning when I finally came to. My jaw ached where Horitza had clipped me, and I had the great granddaddy of a hangover. Ooh. I lay still for a while, and then took a sort of tentative look around. The room I was in was small, had a sort of shut-in feeling. Then I saw something else. A man. One of the biggest, toughest, ugliest characters I'd ever clapped eyes on. Though, in a way, he looked sort of nice ugly, if you know what I mean. Not the mean type. He stood up when he realized I was awake, and as soon as he spoke, I knew I was right about it.
What's it, chum? Have a good sleep?
Well, you ought to know.
Been slumbering like an innocent babe, you have. Here, how'd you feel?
Well, like something the cat dragged in. There wouldn't be any coffee on that stove, would there?
No. But I can fix you up with a nice cup of tea. The kettle will be boiling in a minute.
Oh, that's fine. Say, what's your name?
Charlie.
Mine's Harry.
Pleased to meet you, Harry, I'm sure.
Charlie, old man, where are we?
That'd be telling.
How'd I get here?
Sorry, chum. I ain't allowed to give no information. Strict instructions.
Understand. How's that tea coming along?
Won't be off a tick now.
I slept again afterwards. It was going on for midday when I woke. Charlie had some food ready. After we'd eaten, he suggested a game of cribbage to pass the time. I disapprove of gambling, except maybe poking for real stakes with a few aces up my sleeve. But my only hope was to cultivate Charlie. And thank goodness he was no hothouse flower, so we settled down to play. After about an hour, I judged the time for action was right.
15-2, 15-4, a pair 6, and one for his knob 7. Puts me out. That's a sprat you owe me.
A sprat?
Yeah, a tanner. 6pence.
Oh, well, here you are.
So, your deal.
Oh, sure. Look what I've done. Spilled them all over the floor.
That's all right, chum. I'll pick them up.
Thank you, Charlie.
Oh!
Thank you. One more for luck. Sorry, Charlie, old man. You're a nice guy. I tore up a sheet and bound and gagged Charlie. He had some keys in the pocket. I let myself out. My guess had been right. I was somewhere in the East End. I walked till I found a main road and then called a cab.
Where to, Governor?
Hotel Splendide. I'll double your fare if you get me there in 15 minutes.
Right. Hang on.
There was only one way to tackle this job, the bold approach. At the Splendide, I went straight over to the desk and asked for Senor Alvarez.
I'm sorry, sir, he's not in at present.
Well, how about his secretary?
Well, he's not in either, sir.
They haven't checked out, have they? They're still staying here.
They leave by plane for New York this evening, I understand, sir. Is there any message?
No, thanks. That's okay. So they hadn't made the snatch yet. I had no idea where the safe deposit was, so all I could do was wait. Found a spot where I could keep out of sight and watch the elevators at the same time. An hour passed. An hour and a half. And then, there they were. As their elevators started to rise, I took the stairs 3 at a time. I reached the 3rd floor just as the door of their suite was closing behind them. I wanted that Bohemian Star. Nothing greedy, you understand, but now or never. Gun in hand, I pressed the bell.
You?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I wouldn't reach for a gun if I were you, nor you, Horitza. Unless you've a wish to commit suicide, just keep your hands up. Well up. That's much more sensible.
How did you get here?
I got here by cab, if it's of any particular
Senor,
interest. Oh, Charlie. Don't worry about him. He'll get over it. Come on, let's go into the sitting room, have a nice, cozy talk. After you, senor. And you. It's more like it. All right, chums. The Rock.
The Rock?
Diamond, the Bohemian Star.
But you're mistaken, senor.
Oh.
We have not got it, have we, Manuel?
Oh, no, there must be some misunderstanding.
The only misunderstanding there's been so far was in you fellows mistaking me for a sucker. Step over here towards me, Oritza.
What, me, senor?
Come on, do as you're told. Now turn your back. Keep those hands well up. Nice, efficient little piece of ironmongery you've got. I'll have that, if you don't mind. But no diamond. Okay, you're next, Alvarez.
But I assure you, senor, I give you my word of honor.
And what's this? Your word of honor? Quite a hunk of stone, isn't it? You won't mind if I take charge of this, I'm sure.
Senor, let us talk.
What more is there to say?
We made a mistake, Manuel and I. We admit it.
Considering I have the stone in this gun, that seems rather obvious, don't you think?
What I mean is that we made a mistake when we met last night, not inviting you to join us in this enterprise.
Oh, what gives you the idea that I might have joined you in this?
Harry Lime, are you not? Correct me if I'm wrong, but surely our object in this case has been the same, to obtain the Bohemian Star.
Our object, maybe, but not our purpose.
You speak in riddles, senor.
Oh, no, not at all, old man. You stole this jewel for your own enrichment. I've taken it from you now to return it to its rightful owner.
Its rightful owner?
You will pardon us if we smile, senor.
You don't believe me? Okay, sit down, gentlemen. I have a little telephoning to do. Hello? Operator, get me Whitehall, 1212.
That's Scotland Yard.
Sure, it's
you do not
Scotland
mean
Yard.
that you are going to telephone.
Senor, put down that telephone before it is too late, eh? Let us make a bar.
Hello, is that Scotland Yard?
It's all right, Mr. Lime. You needn't bother with that call.
Now, what's the idea? Who are you guys?
I'm Detective Inspector Marsh, and this is my assistant, Sergeant Andrews.
Man, not so fast. How do I know you two are on the level?
Oh, here's my warrant card.
Glad to know you, Inspector. Well, this all seems in order. Sorry I sounded suspicious, but, you know, you might have been a couple of crooks, too.
Of course, the point hadn't occurred to me.
This is an outrage.
You have made a great mistake, senor.
Well, we'll thrash that out of the yard later. Take him away, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Now, come on, you two.
Well, I'm certainly glad you turned up when you did. I can't figure out is how you got in so quietly. My ears don't miss much, and I'll swear I never heard that front door open.
Well, of course you didn't. We've been here all the time.
Here, in this actual room?
Yes, behind those curtains.
Well, I'll be darned.
And what's more, we've a friend of yours. You can come out now, Mr. Freeman.
Hello there.
Why, Terry, I don't get all this.
Oh, it's all quite simply explained. When you didn't turn up this morning, I got a bit worried, so I phoned AAP, and they told me Paul Atkinson was in Malaya. Then I went round to the yard and gave the whole story to Inspector Marsh here.
And you figure there must be some dirty work, huh, Inspector?
Well, it did seem that something odd was going on. And doubly odd when I rang the Argentine embassy, and they denied all knowledge of Alvarez and Oritza. So the management let us in here while they were away. We were just about to announce ourselves and find out what was what when the doorbell rang and you came in.
So you figured you'd wait a while and see what happened, is that it?
Exactly.
I say.
What is it?
Just as well I'm not a crook, isn't it? I mean, if I tried to get away with the Bohemian Star instead of phoning the yard, I'd have found myself in a lovely jam, wouldn't I?
Well, I shan't pretend we didn't suspect you for a while, Mr. Lime. But we know now that you're an honest man.
That's all right.
It's not everyone who'd risk his life the way you've done.
Oh, that's okay. And here, I guess you better take this stone, Inspector. I'll be glad to see the last of it.
Oh, thanks. Of course, you realize there'll be a reward.
Oh, no, please.
But my dear fellow, it's no more than you're entitled to. Don't you agree, Mr. Freeman?
Oh, certainly.
I'll see the matter's taken up with the Bokanovian authorities, and you'll hear from them in due course.
Well, if you insist, though. After all, I was only doing my duty. And you know, Terry, I really did intend writing that story for you. I'm sorry I slipped up on it. Hope you didn't get into too much trouble with your news editor.
Well, there was a bit of a row, but that's all right.
Oh, it will be, old man, it will be. Just wait till he sees the story you've got for him now.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment.
And now, Harry Lime.
Right here, maybe I'd better hand in a little explanation. You're wondering what particular stroke of luck or lunacy led your old friend Harry to settle for just the reward, not to try for the diamond itself, at least while the going was good. Well, first of all, it was a very tidy little reward, and secondly, when I first came into that room, I just happened to notice the tip of what was unmistakably the shoe of a policeman sticking out under the curtains. Now, you may think that knowing I wasn't alone with a couple of crooks, that the realization that Scotland Yard was tuned in on our conversation had something to do with my decision to, shall we say, play it straight. That's what you may think. In fact, you'd be silly not to.
Here's a mighty swell suggestion. Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you'll round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. Over here. Here I am with the boat. Swim over this way. Here, let me help you, Eyeball. Give me your hand. Come on. Up. You set the charge of nitroglycerin? Good. And no one saw you leave the ship? Right on schedule. The ship goes to the bottom, and only the two of us know the location. And now... Wait, no, put down the knife. No, don't do it! Oh.
3 ships sunk in 2 weeks, Steve, and the last one cost the lives of 6 passengers.
But, Commissioner, why send me halfway around the world just because 3 ships were sunk?
Steve, those ships carried U.S. rehabilitation supplies.
I see.
Now, as usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent.
Here's your press credentials, Steve. Your passport and plane ticket.
Ruth, did you say plane ticket?
You take off in 2 hours.
Now, look, I was figuring on a little deal. Can't it wait till tomorrow?
No, it can't wait. And that's another thing, Steve. On this assignment, there's to be no women and no gambling. It's strictly business, dangerous business.
Okay, Commissioner.
All right, Steve. Your first stop in Saigon is the Malayan Star Lines. The manager's name is Brevant. You've got your assignment. Get going.
You've seen him in The Great McGinty, as Major Devereaux in Wake Island, as Trampas in The Virginian. Now, here is our star, Brian Donlevy, in another two-fisted portrayal as Steve Mitchell in Dangerous Assignment. The time, now. The place, Saigon, inscrutable city of the Orient, where the ancient and the modern rub elbows in the narrow, crowded streets. Saigon, city of intrigue, of shadows, of forgotten men, of danger.
Mr. Brevant, I believe you're in charge of the Malayan Star Lines here in Saigon.
That is correct, Monsieur...
Mitchell, Steve Mitchell. I'm a foreign correspondent. I just flew in. I'd like an interview.
There's not much of which to talk. 3 ships of our line sail for Singapore. The first night out's an explosion. They're gone.
Just like that, huh?
Oui, just like that.
Could I take a look at the passenger list for those 3 ships?
Certainly. I have them on my desk.
Thank you. You don't carry many passengers.
Only a few.
Any survivors?
From the first sinking, none. From the third sinking, also none.
How about the second?
1.
Who is it?
An Englishman named Dixon, the cook.
Is he around anywhere? I'd like to talk to him.
Aran, tell the Englishman Dixon to come to my office.
Most of your crews have been with the line quite a while?
It is the exception rather than the rule, monsieur. Out here, one must take what men one can get.
I see. What kind of cargo were your ships carrying?
That is the mystifying part, monsieur. Here are the cargo lists. As you see, the Malayan Star Lines carry American rehabilitation supplies, teak wood, spices, rubber, the usual.
This teak wood, I notice all of it comes from the same place.
Yes, the plantation of Monsieur Surat. It is inland, up the Saigon River. Come in.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Brevant?
Oui, yes. This gentleman is Monsieur Mitchell, a journalist.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Hi. Mr. Brevant tells me you're the only survivor from the second sinking.
I'm the only one from any of them.
That makes you pretty lucky, doesn't it?
Lucky ain't off of it.
Look, did you notice anything unusual aboard your ship before the explosion?
Well, I was back aft, getting a breath of air before turning in, I was. And I noticed a silhouette of a small boat in the moonlight. Off our starboard beam she was, and running without lights.
Without lights?
That's right.
Anything else?
I didn't have time to notice anything else, mister. Because just then there's a sheet of flame. The whole ship goes up in the air, and the next thing I know, I'm holding on to a spar in the water for dear life.
Mm-hmm. Have you any idea what your ship's position was when she went down?
Near as I can figure, we was in shoal water close to Polo Condori.
That is an island 100 miles off the coast of Indochina, monsieur. But, of course, it is but a guess. We have no way of knowing the exact location.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the information. I think it ought to make a good yarn.
Do you intend to remain here in Saigon long?
Well, that depends. I'd like to talk to Mr. Surratt, the plantation owner. Do you know where I might find him?
There is a gambling casino just down the street, monsieur. If he is in Saigon, he will be there.
Good. I'm beginning to feel lucky.
I am certain you will not lack for games of chance in Saigon, monsieur. I personally find gambling a bore, but it would seem I am in the minority.
Yeah, I guess you are. Well, thanks for the story. I'll see you around.
He's an inquisitive gent, ain't he, Mr. Brevant?
Yes, he is indeed.
Newspaper chap, is he?
That is what he said. Dixon, tell Aran to answer my telephone for me. I'm going out for a while.
15. Rating. Even. Sorry, monsieur. You lose again.
Look, this game is slow death. Haven't you got something with a little more action in it?
And monsieur would perhaps prefer the dice table downstairs.
That's a thought. Thanks.
Oh!
I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, it is my fault, monsieur.
Let me pick up your check.
Oh, you are most kind, monsieur. It was very clumsy of me.
As a matter of fact, I bumped into you deliberately. It was the only way I could think of to meet you.
Monsieur has a ready wit.
All bets down.
If you're looking for something to tack on after the monsieur, it's Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
They call me Leanna, monsieur.
They picked a nice name. Well, here are your chips.
You pick up my chips and my luck with them. You must allow me to buy you a drink, huh? You see, I am superstitious.
Good. So am I. And having a drink with you is suddenly a superstition of mine.
Let us go to the bar.
Liana.
Well, I should have known you wouldn't be alone.
It is only my brother, monsieur.
Oh, where are you going, Liana?
It is all right, Matique. I'm sure the American will take good care of me. Monsieur Steve Mitchell, my brother, Matique.
Hello.
Oh, your servant, Effendi.
Here, Matique, you play some of my chips now while we have our drink. Come along, Steve.
You live here in Saigon, Liana?
For the most part. But I'm restless. I travel a lot. Tomorrow night I leave for Singapore.
Oh? I guess my luck hasn't changed after all.
I will not be gone long.
How are you going to Singapore?
I travel by tramp steamer. It is not so boring.
Oh, not on the Malay Star Lines.
Why, yes. Ah, here we are.
Sort of crowded right here. Why don't we move down to the other end?
There is room here. I will move over.
Oh, thank you.
No trouble, sir. No trouble at all.
What will you have, Stephen?
Bourbon and... Hey,
What is it?
I just saw someone I know, Liana. Excuse me just a minute.
Of course.
Be back in a minute.
I will order the drinks.
Well, my dear,
He seems interested in the Malayan Star Line, sir.
you think he is involved?
It is possible.
Very well. I will proceed on that assumption. Boy, come here.
Oui, monsieur?
I want a message delivered for me.
Good evening, Mr. Brevant.
Oh, Monsieur Mitchell, is it not? Have you written your story yet?
Not yet. I'm a little surprised to see you here at the casino. When we talked this afternoon, you told me gambling bored you.
It does. But I do find interest in observing gamblers, monsieur. Particularly when high stakes are involved.
Oh?
Monsieur, I congratulate you on the speed with which you have made yourself acquainted in Saigon.
What do you mean?
Did I not observe you conversing at the bar with Surat?
Surat?
The stout gentleman.
You mean the guy who was standing next to me, the one with the face like a toad?
Your description does not flatter him, but it is accurate.
Well, thanks, Surat. I'll see you around.
Undoubtedly, monsieur.
I'm sorry I took so long, Liana.
Oh, it is quite all right. Well, here is your drink.
Thanks. Say, what happened to the guy who was next to me here, the one who moved over to make room?
Huh? Oh, I do not know, Steve. I was not noticing.
Surat.
Is that his name?
Yeah. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Monsieur Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
Over here, boy.
You are a busy man, Steve.
I seem to be.
Monsieur Mitchell?
Yeah, what is it?
You are wanted outside, monsieur.
Oh? By whom?
Oh, he not give name, monsieur. But he say quite urgent.
Okay. Here.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
Liana.
I know. You will be gone but a minute. Yes, I will wait for you.
Mitchell, Effendi.
Who are you?
You are Steve Mitchell?
What do you want, a calling card? Yeah, I'm Steve Mitchell. I suppose you tell me why you got me out here.
I am Dalai. I suggest that we walk, Effendi.
Oh. You always suggest with a gun, Dalai?
When it is necessary, Effendi. Come.
Mind telling me where we're going?
Certainly not. Right around the corner here and into the alley.
cozy in here.
And dark, Effendi.
Wait a minute. Looks like we've got company in here.
It is but my friend Banjak, Effendi.
Oh, hello. What's the matter? Is he bashful?
He cannot speak. His tongue was removed by force some years ago. But he is strong and willing. Banjak.
Why, you...
That reminder from Banjak will serve to open the conversation.
Look, I don't know what this is all about.
To be brief, Effendi, you have information which I require. The locations of the 3 sunken ships.
The ships? You think I know where they were sunk?
Banjak.
Look.
Perhaps that will refresh your memory.
How can I tell you the location when I don't know them?
Again, Banjak.
I tell you, this wasn't going to do you any good. I don't know where those ships were sunk.
Very well. If you intend to be stubborn, you may proceed, Banjak. I told you not to resist.
Well, if you think I'm going to stand here and let this big ape make mincemeat out of me...
Very well, Effendi. It is a pity the Effendi bleeds so easily, Banjak. But I must not deprive you of extended enjoyment. You may kick him. I will tell you when to stop.
The National Broadcasting Company is bringing you Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell in the second of an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment. The time, the next morning. The place, a luxuriously furnished bedroom in a spacious villa near Saigon, overlooking the sea.
Ah, you are awake at last, Effendi.
If you can call it that. Well, hey, wait a minute. You're Liana's brother, aren't you?
Matik, your servant, Effendi.
Look, would you mind telling me how I got into this harem?
You are in the house of my sister, Liana.
How did I get here?
Well, Liana became worried when you did not return to the casino last night. We went outside to look for you and found you crawling out of the alley, badly beaten. So we brought you home with us. You are all bloody. How do you feel now?
All bloody? Hey, help me out of this mink-lined cradle, will you?
Oh, of course.
Where are my pants? Hey, wait a minute.
No. It was I who put you to bed. And here are your pants.
Thanks. Where's Liana?
Swimming in the ocean. Come, you can see her out the window.
Hey, she's quite a swimmer, isn't she? Does she always swim out that far?
Oh, yes. Every morning.
Well, I'm not that ambitious this morning, but a dip would do me good.
Steve, you are quite a swimmer yourself.
Thanks. That water made me feel almost human again. Any cigarettes around here?
Right here in my robe. Here you are. You look much better than when we found you last night, Steve.
You know, you've taken awfully good care of me, Liana. Why?
Why? Oh, perhaps there have been so many places, many times, many men in my life. And with me, there's always been the same. But then last night I saw you. And I knew you were something different.
How different?
Does that make your bruises feel better?
It helps. You know, that's a kind of medicine I could get addicted to, Liana.
Perhaps when I return from Singapore, there will be more time to become addicted.
Maybe. When do you sail?
At 8 tonight. On the Malayan Queen.
I guess my luck's still no good. Okay, look, I gotta go back to my hotel and pick up a change of clothes. But anyway, I'll be down to see you off tonight.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh? Hey, how'd you get in here?
I'm Surratt. I learned you were registered at this hotel, so I took the liberty of waiting here in your room.
Quite a liberty, wasn't it?
When occasion demands it, the courtesies must be omitted.
What's the occasion?
I will be brief. Mr. Mitchell, I will assume you are a man who is interested in money.
That's a safe assumption, Surratt.
I believe you're in possession of certain information which is of value to me.
Here we go again.
Sir?
Look, you happen to know a couple of cutthroats named Dilai and Benjack? Benjack's a big lug with no tongue.
Dilai, Benjack? I have not had the pleasure of their acquaintance, sir.
Oh, it's no pleasure, believe me.
Sir?
I'll skip it. Now, what's this about certain information I have?
I will not waste words. 10,000 American dollars for the location of the sunken ships.
10,000? Means a lot to you, doesn't it? You've been shipping teakwood on the Malayan Star Line, haven't you?
From my plantation up the river, sir. It is a matter of record.
I didn't know teakwood was that valuable.
I repeat my offer. 10,000 American dollars.
I'll have to have a little time to think it over, Surratt.
I cannot grant you much time, sir. I'm sailing tonight on the Malayan Queen. You have until 7:30 this evening.
Okay.
I will expect your answer before sailing time. Until then, good day, sir.
Malayan Star Line.
Mr. Brevant, please.
I am sorry, sir, but he's gone.
Gone?
Yes, sir, on a business trip. He is sailing in half an hour on the Malayan Queen.
Could you get word to him that... never mind, I'll call you back. Come in.
Mitchell.
Dixon, what's the matter?
Knife in my back.
What happened?
Malayan Queen. Ready to sail.
Yeah, I know.
I saw someone go aboard. That was on the other ship.
You mean the ship that was sunk?
Yes.
Who was it?
Followed me here and stabbed me.
Who stabbed you? Dixon! Dixon!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Mitchell, but I don't leave the bridge until we're out of the channel.
That's okay, Captain. I'd like you to look at these credentials. They'll explain who I am and why I'm aboard your ship.
You're investigating the recent sinkings.
Yes, Captain. A couple of people seem awfully interested in the location of those sunken ships. I'm kicking an idea around that maybe there was something pretty valuable aboard them.
What would it be?
I don't know. Are you carrying the same sort of cargo on this ship that was on the others?
Yes, as far as I know.
Another shipment of teakwood from Surratt's plantation?
There is. Also some American rehabilitation supplies.
Tell me, could those rehabilitation supplies be salvaged after they were sunk?
Oh, no. The water had ruined them.
Captain, suppose you wanted to sink a ship and recover something from it later.
What?
Where would you sink it?
I suppose in shallow water.
Yeah. Now, what's the first shallow water we'll be passing through tonight?
Well, let's see. We'll pass through the Diablo Shoals a little after midnight. Depth there is only 15 fathoms.
I see. Is that the passenger list on your desk?
Yes. Here.
Yeah, looks like the gang's all here. Brevant, Liana, her brother Matik, and Surratt. Captain, I need your full cooperation.
Why, certainly. What is it?
I'd like you to order these 4 passengers to be in Brevant's stateroom 3 hours from now at 11 tonight.
Brevant, I demand an explanation of this, being hauled up to your cabin like a common criminal.
But, Monsieur Surratt, I am as much in the dark as you.
I do not think it necessary to point out that this may cost you my business, Brevant.
If you would only tell us the reason for all this, Effendi Brevant.
Matik, I'm sure there must be a good reason for all this. If we are but patient, we will learn what it is.
Here is the man who is responsible, Monsieur Mitchell.
Steve!
Hello, Liana. Matik.
Your servant, Effendi.
Good evening, sir.
Surratt.
Apparently you forgot our appointment, Mr. Mitchell.
I didn't forget it. I had a couple of other things to take care of.
Perhaps, sir, you'll be good enough to explain what this is all about.
Sure, I'll explain. I'll make it short. I think one of you is responsible for the sinkings of those 3 ships.
You are joking, Steve.
Sorry, Liana.
But to suggest that I could have anything to do with it.
You're a good swimmer. I'm afraid I'll have to count you in.
Oh, it is so ridiculous to think that I or my brother could be involved in such a thing.
You make a serious charge against us, Effendi.
I know.
This is an insult to my long years of service on the line.
Perhaps it is a serious charge as far as the others are concerned, Mr. Mitchell. But to suspect that I am involved is ridiculous. Much valuable teakwood of mine was sunk with those ships.
Yeah. And maybe it's more valuable than I thought at first.
What do you mean by that, sir?
I'll let it ride for the time being, because I've got another piece of news for you. Of course, it isn't really news to one of you.
What do you mean, Steve?
There was a ship's cook named Dixon, survivor of one of the sinkings. Tonight, he saw one of you come aboard. He recognized you as being on that other ship, so whichever one of you it was killed him to shut his mouth.
I assure you this is the first of these ships I have been aboard, sir, and also the last.
One of you 4 is the killer and dynamiter. That person has a bomb planted on this ship and plans to dive overboard before the explosion. And that explosion is due for about midnight, 45 minutes from now.
Steve, this is ridiculous.
Is it? Just keep your eyes on that clock, all of you. Nobody's going to leave this cabin for the next 45 minutes. We're going to sweat it out together, just watching that minute hand creep around to midnight. $11:30. Anyone feel like talking yet?
Really, Mitchell?
Really, what,
Haven't
Brevant?
you carried this silly joke far enough, Steve?
There is only one way to prove he is mistaken in his suspicions, Liana. That is to wait.
Can't we get a little air into this cabin? It's so infernally hot.
You know something, Surratt? It's going to get a lot hotter. Seven minutes to midnight. We reach shallow water in about 10 minutes. That means 10 minutes before the ship gets blown up. Anybody's tongue loosening up? Surratt?
I demand to be released from this pest hole.
Brevant?
You must be insane.
Liana?
To think I once considered you...
Yeah, save the romance. Matik, how about you? You feel like talking?
When one knows nothing, one can say nothing, Effendi.
Okay, keep watching that minute hand,
I can't stand this any longer. I've got to get out of here. You've got to let me go.
So you're the one, Surratt?
No. You must believe me. I would be the last one in the world to blow those ships up.
Why?
Surratt!
There's gold hidden in those crates of teakwood.
Surratt, you fool! He was only bluffing. Now you have told him.
You haven't told me enough. Keep talking.
I have nothing more to say.
Look, Surratt, 3 ships have been sunk on account of this. Now open up. Start talking.
No.
You better talk before I beat it out of you. Now spill it.
All right. During the war, an air raid, a ship carrying gold bullion steamed up the river to escape. But it was sunk near my plantation.
I think I can take it from there. You recovered the gold, and this is the way you've been sneaking it out of Indochina, huh? Hidden in crates of teakwood?
Yes, it was Liana's idea.
Shut up, Surratt!
But someone must have found out about the gold and has been sinking the ships.
Yeah, in shallow water so they can get the gold later.
Effendi Mitchell, now that we know Surratt is guilty, you will please allow me to leave. I have a headache.
Mitchell, it is almost midnight.
Yeah, nobody's leaving until I find out who's mined this ship.
But Effendi Mitchell,
You keep looking at your watch, Matik. Why?
Matik, what is the Matik, you didn't. You did. You put the explosives on this ship, too. You were going to jump overboard and leave me here, you fool.
Where'd you plant it, Matik? Where did you plant it?
Let me out of here.
You're not going anywhere.
The nitroglycerin will explode in 2 minutes.
Matik, you sank those ships. You and Liana betrayed me. Very well.
Surratt, put that gun away. Surratt!
And for you, Liana.
Grab that gun, Brevant.
Wait.
Matik, where's the nitroglycerin? Where is it? Surratt, you jughead. You killed the only man who knew where it was hidden. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds to find that nitro. Genius. Any ideas, Brevant?
But he could not have put it below decks. Men are stationed all over the ship. It must be in his cabin. Come on.
Locked. Get back, Brevant.
Which?
Take that side of the room. I'll take this.
All right.
It's got to be in here somewhere. It's got to be.
There's nothing over here, Mitchell.
Wait a minute. Listen. There's something kicking.
Yes, I hear it.
Under the bunk. Look, that black suitcase. Easy.
Throw it overboard, quick.
Yeah, I got to get out of the way, Brevant. I got to get it over the rail.
Hurry, Mitchell, hurry. Only a few seconds more, it will explode. Throw it as far as you can.
You don't have to tell me that. Hit the deck.
Mitchell! Are you all right, Mitchell?
Yeah. Except that I'm about 5 years older, Captain. Whew. That was close.
Yeah, too close. Probably buckled a few of the ship's plates.
Yeah, well, you better put Surratt under arrest. You can turn him over to the authorities when the ship reaches port.
Yeah.
Chances of getting the gold that's already been sunk are pretty slim, but there's probably a lot of it still at Surratt's plantation. The government can check that.
Mitchell, allow me to say, I have never seen one so calm in the face of danger. All the time we were waiting in my cabin after I realized what your plan was, my heart was in my throat.
You think mine wasn't? It was choking me. Look at me, Brevant. I look like a fairly intelligent guy, don't I?
Well, yes, of course.
With a normal assortment of brains.
Certainly.
And a reasonable amount of common sense.
But of course.
And will you tell me something?
What is it?
Why did I ever get myself mixed up in a job like this?
You have just heard the second in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif and directed by Bill Karn, with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablet.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It. Brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. George Valentine. Yes, George Valentine, fresh out of uniform and eager to put his many talents to work, as well as to earn a living, ran an ad in the local paper. Do you have a crime that needs solving? Do you have a dog that needs walking? Have you a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it. His ad attracted several clients, some who paid him a fee and some who paid him nothing. His secretary, Claire Brooks, worries about the mounting pile of bills. But George, as he sits in his office with his feet on his desk, is occupied with more important matters.
Claire, I wonder, do you think I could find any sardines?
Oh, I'll send Sonny out. Sardine on rye?
Oh, no, not a sandwich. Bait.
Bait? What do you want to catch?
A fish.
Mr. Valentine, you can't afford a fishing trip.
Yeah, but if I get a client before Friday, a nice, simple case, somebody wants me to find their uncle or lose their mother-in-law, just a few quick bucks and I'm on my way.
You can't afford a fishing trip.
I'm sitting back in the rowboat. I haven't a care in the world, just soaking up the sun. All of a sudden, wham! Then another wham!
Mr. Valentine?
I got a bite.
What is it, Sonny?
Yes, Sonny, what is it? Halibut, swordfish, yellowtail?
Mrs. Harrington. Isabel Harrington. James Harrington's wife.
There, you see, I did catch my fish. I told you, sardine's the best bait in the world.
Hey, sis, is he feeling all right?
It's normal for him. Send her in, Sonny.
Okay.
Now, remember, Mr. Valentine, she's the Mrs. Harrington.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Harrington. Come right on in. Sit here. You'll be more comfortable.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. This is my secretary, Claire Brooks. But don't let her upset you. She knows all the skeletons intimately.
Oh, how charming. Mr. Valentine, I've been trying to get up enough nerve to come here.
Well, you just go right ahead and open up and talk. Nothing goes out of this office.
And nothing comes in.
Oh, I'm afraid that someone close to me may get into trouble. Oh, Mr. Valentine, I want you to watch that person every minute of the day. Do you understand?
Well, now, wait a minute. What kind of trouble?
Well, you see... Oh, it's so humiliating. This person picks up things.
Picks up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a kleptomaniac.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I can't go on.
Oh, now, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, no, please. Later. Have lunch with me. 2:00 at the Savoy.
Oh, but Mrs. Harrington.
Please, be there.
A kleptomaniac, huh? Must be her husband.
Her husband? Mr. Valentine.
Yes?
Don't look now, but your fountain pen is missing.
Well, look, Mrs. Harrington, the food is fine and the company excellent, but what do you say we get down to cases? Give me back my fountain pen.
Your fountain pen?
Look in your purse, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, then you know everything. Well, I'll be quite frank. I'm under a doctor's care. He expects to cure me in a month or two, but meanwhile, my husband is running for alderman.
Oh, I see. Does your husband know that you pick up things?
Oh, no. And he must never find out. Oh, please promise me.
Don't worry, Mrs. Harrington.
You see, Melvin Gordon is running against my husband. You know Mr. Gordon.
Gordon's department store, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes. Well, just forget about it, Mrs. Harrington. The election is tomorrow, and I'll stay with you until your husband's elected alderman.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, if you'll protect me from myself, I'll pay you well. I promise.
Oh, well, we'll discuss that later. Now, suppose you run along home, and I'll be there this afternoon.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have a little shopping to attend to, and then I'll go straight home.
Oh, good. That's fine. See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Well, how about that, Claire? I'm going home and pack my rod and reel.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I can just taste those fish.
Mr. Valentine, she went shopping.
Yeah, I know she did. Shopping? Claire, let's get out of here.
Why come here? What makes you think she shops in Gordon's department store?
Because she'd be in most danger here. You heard her. Gordon is running against her husband for alderman.
Still, Mr. Valentine.
Where?
There. Compacts.
Compacts?
Straight ahead.
Oh, what's she got in her hand?
Gold compact.
Uh-huh.
With stones.
How much?
About $50.
Oh.
Did you see that?
In her pocket. Come on.
What are you going to do?
Well, you look at compacts and stay close to me. You got it?
But, Mr. Valentine...
Shh, do as I say.
Oh, all right.
Well, hello there, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, a lovely store, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I've often told Mr. Gordon that he can be proud. I
Beg your pardon, madam, but may I have that compact?
A compact? What compact?
The one you were looking at, madam.
Oh, well, I decided against it, miss.
Oh, that's quite all right, madam. But where is it?
Why, I put it back on the counter, of course.
It isn't on the counter.
Oh, well, now, young lady, I distinctly saw Mrs. Harrington put it back on the counter.
Yes.
Yes. I said hello to her, she put the compact down, and
All
then...
I know is it isn't here. I think I ought to call the store detective.
Oh, no, don't do that.
He'll take you upstairs to have a little talk with Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon?
Now, wait a minute.
The compact isn't here, mister.
Oh, well, why not search that young lady there?
What? Who, me?
Yeah, look in her pocket.
Why, did you... Oh, it is in my pocket.
Well, come on, miss.
Mr. Gordon will want to talk to you.
Mrs. Harrington, go home. Beat it.
Oh, yes, I will.
Come on, miss, this way. And don't make any trouble.
No, miss. Don't make any trouble.
Why, you...
No. You're wasting your time, young man.
But, Mr.
There
Gordon...
There have been too many things disappearing from my store. I'm going to make an example of this young woman, and I can't be talked out of it. Now, you get that?
Mr. Gordon, are you married?
I certainly am.
Then you have a wife?
I certainly do.
Mr. Gordon, do you love your wife?
Is the door closed?
Yes.
I love my wife.
Then you must know how I feel.
This girl is your wife?
Mr. Gordon, don't listen to him.
It's all right, Claire. In spite of everything you've done, I'm not ashamed.
Oh!
Look, Mr. Gordon, here's $50 for the compact. Does that cover it?
No, I guess so.
Oh, I promise you, it'll never happen again.
No, all right, take her home.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Gordon. Darling, thank him.
Let me out of here.
Yes, darling, of course. Goodbye, Mr. Gordon.
Good luck, young man.
Oh, Claire, listen.
I hate you. It was the dirtiest trick you've ever played on me, and I hate you. You'll never get a chance to play another trick because I quit, understand?
Oh, well...
I definitely quit, and I definitely hate you.
Oh, Claire, honey. Now, look, you like your job. I know you do. Now, forget it, darling. It's just part of the game. Now, come on. Wipe your eyes and powder your nose. Here, use the compact. And just to show you the kind of a man I am, you can keep it.
Now what?
Now we go back to the office, and then I'll go to the Harringtons.
Don't think I'm going to forget this in a hurry, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, be a good girl, and I'll bring you back a halibut.
Someone's trying to attract your attention in that car.
Mr. Valentine!
Oh, it's Mrs. Harrington. Mrs. Harrington, I told you to go home.
Well, I'm going now, Mr. Valentine. I was worried about Miss Brooks.
Oh, well, everything's fine.
Oh, you were superb, Mr. Valentine. And whatever my bill will be, I want you to double it.
Well, thanks a lot. Now go on home.
I'll be expecting you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't laugh, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you don't believe in a woman's instinct, but I wish you'd drop this case. I have a feeling that... Mr. Valentine, what are you doing with that fur scarf?
She did it again.
A silver fox.
Claire, think. Was she wearing a silver fox when we had lunch with her or while she was shopping?
Oh, no, I couldn't have missed it.
I noticed it in the car just now while we were talking to her. She must have picked it up when we were with Gordon.
A silver fox. Oh, call her back, Mr. Valentine. Make her take care of it.
Well, now, don't get excited. Why should I worry a good client?
But, Mr. Valentine, I have a feeling.
Will you forget that you're a woman and that you've got an instinct? Come on, we'll go back to the office.
With the silver fox?
With the silver fox. Come on.
Oh, all right, but I've got a feeling. Oh, my feet are killing me. The least you could have done was to hail a cab.
I just put out $50 for that compact. Only one more block.
Mr. Valentine?
It's sunny.
Well, why did you leave the office?
I've been looking all over for you
What's
two.
up?
Mrs. Harrington phoned.
Yeah?
She says when you go out to her house this evening, don't worry if you bump into a cop.
A cop?
It seems that last year on her birthday, her husband gave her an animal to drape around her neck, and somebody stole it this afternoon out of her car.
Say that again, Sonny, and slowly.
Somebody stole her fur scarf. It was a silver fox, black, with... Hey, like that. You've got it.
Yep, I've got it.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do with it?
Take it to Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, but there might be a cop around her house.
Well, I'll sneak by him. I'll find a cab and we'll go right out there. Here, Claire.
What?
Meanwhile, wear it around your neck.
No, thank you. I'm not wearing any hot fox. It's not fashionable this season.
Then here, Sonny, wind it around your head.
Huh?
You know, like Daniel Boone.
I don't want to be Daniel Boone.
Then be Buffalo Bill.
I don't want to be Buffalo Bill.
Sonny.
I want to be Van Johnson.
Never mind, I'll stuff it inside my shirt.
Mr. Valentine, I've got a feeling...
Sweetheart, shut up, will you? Here comes a cab. Hey, taxi!
Mr.
Taxi!
Valentine, wait!
Taxi, come on!
It's a police car.
Uh-oh.
Jeepers.
Can I do something for you, sir?
Oh, I beg your pardon, officer. I thought I was hailing a taxi.
Oh, that's quite all right, sir. Very understandable. Can I give you a lift?
Oh, no. I wouldn't think of troubling you.
No trouble at all. Step right in, sir.
Oh, no, officer. I just can't let you do it, but thanks anyway. Goodbye.
Would you mind telling me your name?
My name? Valentine. George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, pardon me for mentioning it, but, what is that sticking out of your shirt?
My shirt? Oh, you mean my pet? Yeah, my pet. I always carry him close to me.
Pet? Pet what?
Well, it's Gopher. That's it. My pet Gopher.
Strange. First time I ever saw a gopher as polyphemus with a bushy tail.
Gopher is polyphemus?
Gopher?
Oh, yes. It's a gopher.
With a bushy tails?
Oh, well, you see, this is a funny sort of gopher. It's got a little squirrel in it.
I'm sorry to contradict you, sir. Not squirrel. Vulpus fulvus.
Vulpus fulvus?
Fox. Silver fox. Hop in, Mr. Valentine.
But, officer...
And there's plenty of room, so bring your friends with you.
How will George talk himself out of this predicament? And while George is pondering his problem, I'll take just a moment to tell you what occurred to me as I was driving to the studio this afternoon. I was thinking that every Chevron gas station should wear a sign reading, "Local boy makes good." For these cream green and burgundy Chevron stations, you know, are home-owned. Generally, the Chevron dealer is a fellow who worked hard and in many cases learned the business from the ground up before he branched out for himself. Now he runs his own Chevron gas station, and you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to hustle to make it tick. That, of course, explains why the service is cheerful and willing and competent at Chevron gas stations. I'd like to see you get acquainted with the Chevron dealer in your neighborhood. You'll find that he's a nice fellow and mighty glad to help you out any time. He gives your car the best, too, climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Drop in at a Chevron gas station this weekend and see. Remember, your Chevron credit card is good as gold with any Chevron dealer. Well, it looks as if George is really in a jam this time, and with the law, too. Right now, George, Claire, and Sonny are cruising along in a squad car. The officer is their chauffeur.
I tell you, you're making a big mistake, officer.
Maybe so, sir, but they told me at the station to be on the lookout for a Vulpus fulvus, silver fox.
May I congratulate you on your vocabulary, officer?
Thank you very much. And may I congratulate you on your pulchritude.
What'd you say she was?
Cute.
Oh.
Now, take the glove compartment in my car. Now, most people would keep cigarettes in there. What would you keep in it?
Maps.
Lipstick.
Bicarbonated soda.
Well, I got it filled with books. You know, books. Pocket edition.
Oh, look, officer, if you'll just take us to Mrs. Harrington. She's very absent-minded. She forgot that she asked me to take care of her silver fox.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm taking you to the station.
Jeepers, officer, give us a break.
I'm sorry, son. I'm taking you to the station.
Officer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, officer.
Okay, I'll take you to the Harringtons. There doesn't seem to be anyone at home.
I know Mrs. Harrington is home. I told her to stay home.
Wait a minute. There's someone coming.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll handle this in my own way.
Yes? Oh, what's wrong?
Mrs. Harrington.
I said I'd handle this. Mrs. Harrington, may we please come in?
Yes, of course, but...
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Harrington, it's about your Vulpus fulvus.
Oh, there must be some mistake, officer. There's no one here by that name.
He means your silver fox.
The servants are out. I'll have to answer the phone.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Harrington. And maybe I shouldn't mention this, but she doesn't appear to be a close friend of yours, Mr. Valentine.
Hello?
Well, you didn't give her a chance to say anything.
Well,
there's a policeman in my house now,
well,
Captain
you see, Captain Moore, let me talk to him, Mrs. Harrington. Hello? This is Flynn speaking. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow Flynn.
Mr. Valentine, what's wrong?
Get this, Mrs. Harrington. I have your scarf. I took it out of your car.
Why?
Well, I thought it was something you'd picked up.
Oh, good heavens.
Well, I captured somebody already, Captain.
Now, it'll be all right. Just tell the officer that I'm a good friend of yours.
Yeah, he has it on him.
If only my husband stays upstairs.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, I forgot to tell you. You see, my husband is very jealous.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Captain. Au revoir! Now then, Mrs. Harrington, is this man a dear friend of yours?
Well, you see,
Please, Mrs. Harrington, just answer the question.
Oh.
Is this man a dear friend of yours?
Is who a dear friend of hers?
Oh, James. Officer, this is my husband, Mr. Harrington.
Isabel, the officer asked you a question.
Yes.
I caught him with the silver fox, Mr. Harrington. Here it is.
Just a moment, officer. Isabel, is this man a dear friend of yours?
Why?
Yes?
Why,
Yes?
I never saw him before in my life.
Oh, jeepers.
Is it? Take them away, officer. We'll be down later to prepare charges.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to have bothered you, Mrs. Harrington.
But, officer...
Sonny, be quiet.
Come on. Let's go.
Officer, will you please listen to me?
Once and for all, Mr. Valentine, I'm taking you to the station.
But if you just give
Now,
me...
don't try to talk your way out of it, Mr. Valentine. He's got you with the goods.
Claire.
A compact or a fur scarf, what's the difference? After all, we've got to protect our client, haven't we? So forget it, darling. It's just part of the game.
Claire.
When do they allow visitors, officer?
Usually Monday.
Then I'll see you Monday, Mr. Valentine. Oh, and I'll bring you a halibut.
Go ahead. Rub it in.
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Take care of him, officer. Sonny, say goodbye to him.
Just a minute, miss. I'm sorry to be disagreeable, but I found all three of you together. Therefore, I'm turning all three of you in together. Now, come along, if you please.
Jailbirds.
Cut it out, will you, Sonny?
Jailbirds behind bars.
Well, we're just being detained until Mr. and Mrs. Harrington get here.
Yeah, then they'll put us away for good. What do you suppose they did to my sister? Poor Claire,
Poor Claire, my eye. She was glad it happened. Why, if she saw me now, she'd probably laugh out loud. Claire!
Claire, where are you?
I'm your next-door neighbor. Could I borrow a cup of sugar?
Well, why didn't you tell us you were there?
I wanted to listen to you, Mr. Valentine.
Call me George. This is no time to be formal.
I thought maybe I'd hear you say you were sorry. That shows what a little fool I am.
Oh, well, Claire, listen. I'd give my right arm to have avoided this.
I don't want your right arm. Just once I'd like to hear you say it. I'm sorry.
Well, Claire, I...
Take your time. You've probably got 5 years.
Well, look. I'll tell him you two had nothing to do with this. And when you're out of here, if you're smart, you'll never see me again. You'll have nothing more to do with me. Will you promise?
No.
Claire.
I'd miss you.
Oh, hey. You do like me, don't you?
Oh, I guess I do.
Then why didn't you smile at that copy to let us go?
Oh, now it's my fault.
Everybody all right? Everybody healthy and happy?
Oh, sure. Just one big happy family.
Hey, he's unlocking our cell.
Just a minute, miss. I'll have you out, too.
Where are you going to take us, officer?
Just follow me, if you please.
Mr. Valentine, maybe it's an electric chair.
Now, take it easy, son.
And Mrs. Harrington is here.
With Mr. Harrington?
No, she's alone. Most intelligent woman, Mrs. Harrington. She's looking at my books. She's very interested in them.
Then you better lock him up.
What?
Just a joke.
Oh. Yeah. Well, here they are, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, will you ever be able to forgive me?
That depends.
I was just telling Officer Flynn how absent-minded I am. I remember it all now. I was standing on the street and...
Yeah. Well, you don't have to explain, Mrs. Harrington. You're not going to prefer charges against these people, are you?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
No.
Preposterous.
Then they're discharged.
We're free?
Very sorry to have bothered you, miss.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye, sir. See you again sometime.
I hope not.
Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye, miss. You will always remember a glistening pearl in my treasure box of memories.
Whew. Fresh air.
Mr. Valentine, whatever my bill will be, I want you to double it.
What did you tell your husband?
Well, just what I told the officer.
Okay, now you're going home.
And I'll stay there until the election is over tomorrow.
I know. We'll see to that. We're going with you.
What? All of us?
Yep, all of us. That's the only way we can keep her out of trouble. Come on, Mrs. Harrington. Let's go home.
George.
I thought I told you to stay with Mrs. Harrington.
Sonny's with her. They're having breakfast. George, I'm bored.
Oh, now forget it, will you? It'll soon be over.
George, I'm bored.
Oh, now, come on, Claire. Cheer up. Let's have a big smile.
I don't feel like smiling.
Well, put some lipstick on. You'll feel better.
Guess I could stand a little. All this hanging around. Oh.
What's the matter?
She did it again. My lipstick's gone.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll buy you another one.
Mr. Valentine, okay if I run out and buy a magazine?
Sonny, you were left in charge of Mrs. Harrington.
Yeah, but Mr.
When
Valentine...
you're left in charge, you're supposed to stay with her, understand?
Yeah, but Mr.
Wherever
Valentine...
she goes, you follow her.
Yeah, but I can't follow her everywhere.
Oh, well, all right. What time is it? My watch is always fast.
Oh, mine keeps perfect time. It's exactly... Hey! Hey!
Now what?
I know I was wearing my watch.
Oh, never mind. I'll buy you another one.
Mr. Valentine! Mr.
Now,
Valentine!
take it easy, Mrs. Harrington. What's wrong?
I was looking through my closet and I found this. My silver fox.
Well, of course. Don't you remember? I had
Oh,
it.
I don't mean that one. I mean this one.
This one?
Oh, don't you understand? There are 2 silver foxes in my closet.
Suffering
Mr. Valentine.
You were right all along. Oh, I must have picked it up.
Yeah, well, now, don't go to pieces. We haven't time for hysterics.
But that's not all. Mr. Gordon just phoned. He wants to see me immediately. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Mrs. Harrington. Give me that silver fox. I'll handle Gordon.
I knew all along Mrs. Harrington was guilty. After she shopped, something always disappeared.
Will you please calm down, Mr. Gordon? I brought back the silver fox.
You can keep it.
Now, be reasonable. Look, when things disappear, you charge them to Mrs. Harrington's account, don't you?
What's that got to do with it? Harrington's running against me for alderman. There's still time to get a story in this afternoon's paper. What do you think his chances will be then?
It'd be a dirty trick, Mr. Gordon.
Look, Valentine, just between us, Harrington's the best man. He should be alderman, but if I'm made alderman, my wife will think I'm wonderful.
You'd wreck Mr. Harrington just to make your wife think you're wonderful.
You bet I would.
Darling.
Mildred, sweetheart, come in. Oh, sweetheart, this is Mr. Valentine, my wife, Miss Scott.
How do you do?
Hello. Well, darling.
Well, darling?
Is that all you have to say?
Oh, you look wonderful, sweetheart.
I knew it. I'll never forgive you.
Mildred, angel.
Of course, a great big executive like you, so busy running a store and running for alderman, you haven't time to remember a little thing like a birthday, have you?
Birthday? Oh, Mildred, now, sweetheart.
I should have known.
Oh, well, pardon me for cutting in, Mrs. Gordon, but I can't keep my mouth shut. I know it's supposed to be a surprise, too.
A surprise?
A surprise?
He didn't forget your birthday, Mrs. Gordon.
He didn't?
I didn't? I didn't.
Here you are. I just helped him select it for you.
A silver fox. Oh, darling. Oh, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Well, I'll run along. That is, unless you have something else to discuss, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, no. No, not a thing.
Good, good. Happy birthday, Mrs. Gordon. I hope you'll enjoy the Vulpus Fulvus.
Why come back to the office, Mr. Valentine?
Well, after hanging around Mrs. Harrington for the last couple of days, I just wanted to be sure the office was still here.
We ought to go out and celebrate. After all, Mr. Harrington's an alderman.
Okay, Sonny. Run out and buy a bucket of black coffee.
And a box of aspirin.
Some celebration.
Go on, beat it.
Okay.
Well, I suppose I should congratulate you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, she hasn't paid me yet.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, Mr. and Mrs. Harrington are here.
Oh, no. All right, send them in.
Mr. Valentine, you're through with the case, understand?
But, Claire,
either that or you're through with me.
See, Isabel, I told you he'd be here.
You were right, James.
Mr. Valentine, my wife has told me everything.
Everything?
Oh, everything, yes. I simply had to.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Harrington.
We came to thank you for all that you've done for us, Mr. Valentine, and whatever the bill will be, I want you to double it.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
Send it to my office.
Oh, no need to bother you.
Oh, it's no bother.
Well, I mean, mailing and all that. If you happen to have your checkbook with you.
Checkbook?
No hurry, you understand, but if you want to sit right here at my desk.
Oh, well.
Here you are. Here's a pen.
Oh, thanks.
We just came from my doctor. He thinks I'm cured.
Really, Mrs. Harrington?
Oh, yes, my dear. This last experience, James' career at stake and all.
Oh, it was such a shock.
Well, it brought me back to Earth again.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Here you are, Mr. Valentine. This okay?
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Well, I'm the one who's indebted.
You'll come to see me, Miss Brooks?
Of course, Mrs. Harrington.
And you too, Mr. Valentine.
Yep, you bet.
Come, Isabel.
Yes, James. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Harrington.
Good night.
Good night, good night. Well, Claire, I'm on my way. I'll pick up a can of sardines and my fishing tackle. See you Monday.
How much, Mr. Valentine?
$1,000.
What? $1,000? Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, then see for yourself. The check's right there.
Where? I don't see it.
Well, I distinctly remember. Put it right under that paperweight, you see?
No.
Well, go ahead and look. It's right under this. It's right.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no, she did it again.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a friend of mine owns the Chevron gas station down the street, and he was telling me a story the other day. It seems a chap he knew came in when they were putting my friend's name on the canopy of his home-owned station. Looks pretty nice, commented the chap. And it certainly shows folks that you're the boss here. Not on your life, explained my friend. It means that they are the boss here. Well, the motorist didn't get it, so the Chevron dealer went on. The new sign and the cream, green, and burgundy color scheme, he said, are simply to make it plain that I run my own station. Since I'm in business for myself, how well I get along depends pretty much on how well I treat my customers. And that makes the customers strictly the boss at my Chevron gas station. Well, my friend might have said at all Chevron gas stations, because the friendliness, the cheerful, expert service you run into at Chevron gas stations is the best way any Chevron dealer has of making his home-owned business useful to you and to the community. Well, next week, George Valentine goes on a picnic. But instead of being bothered with the usual things like ants and rain, he has a new experience. You'll probably hear him saying something like this.
Wow, what was that? Who hit me?
Somebody threw a shoe at you, Mr. Valentine. It came from that house.
Wow, a lady's slipper. Hey, and a note with it.
Let me see. It says, I am being held prisoner in this house. Please save me. Hey, it's written in lipstick.
Orange lipstick. Must be a blonde. See you later.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire, and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Sarah Selby as Mrs. Harrington, Stanley Waxman as Mr. Harrington, Joe Gilbert as Mildred, Herbert Butterfield as Mr. Gordon, Ed Max as the officer, and Margaret Brayton as the salesgirl. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. That's Jello, yum yum yum. Jello pudding, yum yum yum. Jello tapioca pudding, yes sirree.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.